Okie dokie, I think that got it fixed. Unfortunately, Discord crashed just as soon as the stream started, and it required a reboot, which is kind of a pain in the butt.
I understand that.
Well, let me go check the YouTube to make sure that we've got audio coming out.
Trees are involved in up to 30% of our outages each year.
We've got audio coming out. Well, indeed, we have it. So everything seems to be working just fine. Um, well, good morning, everyone, and Merry Christmas to those of you that celebrate Christmas. Happy Hanukkah and happy holidays to those that do not. How's everybody doing today? You got big plans with the family today?
This afternoon, yep.
I'm going to have a couple over. My mom and daughter are coming up from Kalamazoo. My son's staying at home. It looks like he's got COVID. Just got symptomatic yesterday. Lost his sense of taste last night, but he's doing pretty well. He's breathing well, so I don't think he's going to have a problem. He's 19, so he's a pretty healthy kid. My daughter's coming over wearing a mask though, and we're going to get together a little bit this evening. Our Christmas traditionally is Christmas Eve. You know, Christmas morning was always for the little kids, but we have our Christmas on Christmas Eve, and they're coming and joining us for that tonight.
Well, we share a tradition. Ours always been my family's Christmas Eve and the kids for Christmas morning.
Yep. You know, I always wanted, when the kids were little, I always wanted Christmas morning to be about them.
So, speaking of Christmas time events, are they going to launch the Webb telescope Sunday, the day after Christmas, or Saturday Christmas?
I'm sorry, my man. I was grabbing a cup of coffee. What'd you say?
Are they launching the Webb satellite Sunday or Saturday? Christmas Day
I
or the
don't
day
know.
after?
I don't know. I haven't been following it. I've been kind of trying to deal with some other things here on YouTube. But I don't know. Is that Elon Musk and his satellite webs?
No, James Webb Telescope. I think it's going to be
Oh,
concentrated
oh
right
no, I
after
know what you're talking about, James Webb, the telescope. I know it's coming up soon. I don't know when.
7:20 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday from a European managed spaceport in French Guiana.
Oh, they're sending up from South America. Cool. That's where the French launch all their satellites.
Primary lunchtime will be Saturday with a backup lunchtime Sunday at the same time.
That would make sense. Another rotation or two. Well, we've got a white Christmas this year. Got a beautiful snowfall yesterday, probably around 4 inches. Got some nice fresh snow out there. It seems to be less common these days having a white Christmas. You know, winter seems to get here later and later every year.
That it does.
I
Well,
wonder if there's a reason for that.
This year we have a white Christmas. It's been snowing the last few days.
Here in Finland, it starts snowing in July there.
There's been quite a few recent years when it hasn't been a white Christmas.
That's bizarre. You wouldn't think that far north. You really wouldn't, but
I'm in East Texas. White Christmas is not a miracle. It's an emergency.
yeah. When I was in South Carolina, they would shut the state down if the weather report said it was gonna snow the next day. I mean, that's how skittish they were about snow.
Oh, we learned a lot of things in the ice apocalypse, like our state was not prepared for cold weather for more than 4 or 5 days in a row. What happened? I'm almost 50 years old, and that is the longest I've ever been in sub freezing temperatures in my lifetime.
I talked with Joe a few minutes ago, but he's with his family today.
Hmm. Dealing with the Haversine formula here with one of the viewers. They were a little confused about something that I had said, that the Haversine doesn't involve the radius. Um, the Haversine formula is a way in certain spherical trigonometry to look at the angle subtended by the starting and ending points of your great circle along the surface. The Haversine gives you the sine squared of that angle in degrees divided by 2. And you use the Haversine then by multiplying it by 2 times the radius of the sphere to find the distance between those 2 points along the surface of the sphere in a great circle course. The interesting thing is that if you use the known distance between those 2 points, and that's what I did with my trip to Florida from Michigan, if you know the distance between those 2 points, you can then use that. You just rearrange the equation, you use that to calculate the radius. And the cool thing about it when I did it was that the radius that I calculated using the Haversine formula matched the radius that I determined using the Eratosthenes experiment. And it also matched blue, and it matched Earth is life, or B-ball for life. So another confirmation of what the radius of the Earth is to a very good degree of precision. This viewer took exception to me saying the radius wasn't in the Haversine formula, and it really isn't. It's what you do with the Haversine formula that involves the radius. So it was a little, I guess you could call it a little sleight of hand on my part, but the Haversine formula itself doesn't have the radius in it. Just looks for an angle.
But it's only used with spherical geometry.
Correct. And it works for a sphere of any radius. And, like I said, the purpose of it is to find the great circle distance. Now, it looks at a perfect sphere. You have to make a modification to it to handle an oblate spheroid that, varies in radius by about 14 miles. But, or 20 kilometers or whatever it is. But, it gives you the distance between those 2 points. If you have the known distance between those 2 points, that's how you get the radius out of that. You can determine the radius. I like it because first we can clearly measure the distance between two locations on Earth. We can do it very nicely, especially if we're going over water or we're going over desert, like looking at the distance between St. Louis and Omaha, for example. You can easily measure that distance with your car, or you can measure it with flight planning software or anything else. And if you know that distance and you know the latitude and longitude of your starting and end points, you can determine the radius of the Earth from that. Doesn't involve refraction, doesn't involve optics. It completely destroys all of their arguments against our measurements of the radius. It will, of course, overestimate the radius slightly because you're not dealing with a perfectly flat surface, but it's going to get you pretty close, and it's going to serve to confirm the radius determined by other means. Just a neat little thing that I was looking at a couple of videos ago. It came up on Bev's live stream yesterday when he spent 4 hours berating me for turning him in for copyright infringement. But that's okay. They can't seem to get the idea that there's a difference between a triangular straight line distance on a flat plane and a great circle on the curved surface of a sphere. It's kind of
To
fun
be
watching
fair,
them confused.
there's a lot of things they don't get.
That's true, but that's one of the more sophisticated ones, and it's kind of interesting watching them flop around on the floor, trying to wrap their head around it. And failing miserably, I might add. Oh, this is a bad sign. My wife's not here. That means she's at the grocery store shopping, which means that I'm going to be carrying groceries here in a few minutes.
Uh-oh. I had to go to the range and sight in some rifles. We're doing a deer hunt next week, but stop by. There's a I don't know, butcher the name. It's a Spanish grocery store. I butcher the name every time, but they have the best chicken fajita and steak fajita pre-marinated food, and got about $80 worth of beef and chicken.
There you go.
We're having fajitas tonight for Christmas Eve dinner.
That's pretty obvious, but you got to have the red and the green peppers on them too to make them Christmassy.
Oh, they're in there already.
I'm the only one in my family that not only can eat but enjoys jalapenos.
Ooh, I like the jalapeno poppers filled with cream cheese wrapped in bacon. Bacon. But I'm not a big raw jalapeno fan.
Well, I don't eat them raw, but I like them pickled. But what I do is I like loading up macaroni and cheese with jalapenos. I always thought that was a great way to eat it.
Throw a little bacon in there with that too. That'd be really good.
Yeah. Well, you gotta get that protein, and cheese doesn't count as protein when you can have meat, and
And
especially if you can have bacon.
oh God, just load that cholesterol up.
I get mine checked, so as long as I stay around 120, I'm happy.
I always hang out at 180. No matter what I do, I always hang out around 180, 160.
Well, a lot of it's genetics. Most of the cholesterol you have is actually made by your own body. It's made in your liver, and what you eat probably varies it by not more than about 10%. If you have high cholesterol, it's a genetic thing, and that you can interfere with the machinery of the liver that makes the cholesterol. That's what you use Lipitor and the other the other
All the statins.
for. Yeah. Niacin's the perfect one because it affects all of them the way you want to do it. It reduces your total cholesterol and your LDL, but increases your HDL, the good cholesterol.
Yeah.
Then you have some that bind it you have some binding agents that you can use, to reduce your absorption of fats. But
Now that I was not familiar with.
yeah, it's an old thing. That's the way they used to treat things. They used to use niacin, and then they would use the binding agents before they came out with the statins. But the statins do such a nice job. Funny story, my dad's an engineer, or at least he used to be. And he came from the mid 20th century engineering, which meant that they had a certain personality type. They were very, very methodical and procedure oriented. I remember one time when I was a resident or something or other. My dad mentioned to me his cholesterol was a little high, and I said, "Well, you can fix that, with over the counter stuff." And he goes, "Oh, really? Tell me about it." And I said, "Yeah, go down and get yourself some niacin. Get the small pills, the 250s." Because you want to start really low and work your way up to avoid something called red man syndrome, which means that basically you spontaneously burst into flames. That's just a side effect of niacin when you start a large dose of it. So that's
Spontaneous combustion?
yeah. Yeah, it's called red man syndrome. You can look it up. Basically your skin turns red and it feels like you're on fire. It's a reaction to the medicine. But if you start really low and work your way up, I told him that you could go ahead and get that taken care of. And, you stop at about 2 grams a day. Well, I didn't clarify that to dad quite well enough. And what he did was he followed directions and proceeded to start at like 250 a day and then went to 250 twice a day, and then worked himself up and up and up. And he gave me a call one day. He says, "My doctor's kind of pissed at me because my cholesterol is 34." And I said, "How the heck did that happen? How much niacin are you taking?" He goes, 7 grams a day. And I go, "Oh, Jesus." You don't just keep going up and up and up. You stop at about 2. So we got that fixed.
That's that old if a little's good, more's better mentality.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of it. I told him stop around 2, but I think he missed that little part. He just kept building it up and up. But he drove his cholesterol down to like 34.
What was that movie? The Dallas Buyers Club. Matthew McConaughey played it. I can't remember the real life gentleman's name, but he did that with his AZT when it first came out.
Oh, dear God. You got to take a lot of that anyhow. That used to be like 5 pills a day.
Don't they got it down to 1 pill or something nowadays?
Yeah, yeah, they got it down that, and that one pill has double or triple antiretrovirals in it. It's really amazing stuff.
It's
You know,
amazing.
I started off in medicine. When I was a paramedic, I knew all 4 HIV cases in the city of Lansing, all 4 of them. And, that gives you an idea of about the time that we got started, where I got started in this. And then when I was in med school, it just exploded, and we had wards full of people with pneumocystis carinii, and the papers were full of obituaries of 20 and 30 something year old guys. And they just did not work out really well. And then all of a sudden they switched over to the triple therapy, and then everybody started living. And now, you know, I've got a friend of mine that's been living with HIV from hemophilia since med school. I mean, he's been doing it for 40 years, and he's just happy as a clam.
Yeah, I didn't know you was a paramedic before you became an MD.
Yeah, yeah, I was a paramedic for 10 years in Lansing.
Yeah. So there's hope for my dumb butt yet.
Yep, we used to talk about the generations. You have the Johnny and Roy generation from the early to mid 70s. And what I was in was what we kind of called the Hill Street Blues era. That was when I was a paramedic.
Okay. So you didn't call Rampart?
We didn't call Rampart. We could start IVs on our own. We didn't need permission to wipe our noses. And we were starting to do some cool stuff. We were doing interosseous infusions and things like that.
We do just about probably 80% of our codes are IO in the shoulder now.
Yeah.
I still like doing it if if I'm gonna be by myself and just a Lucas device. I like doing an EJ. It seems a little bit easier, better positioning for me. But that shoulder IO is real convenient too.
But we had cool stuff. We had the thumper. I don't know if you use the Cardio 2 anymore, but
Uh, the the Lucas 2.
yeah, I
Studio.
think they call it a Lucas, but it's we used to just call it the thumper. It was a CPR machine.
The Geezer Squeezer.
Yeah, the Geezer Squeezer. But yeah, we just used to go on out. We get them tubed and we get the IVs started and get the first line of drugs on board. Then we let the hospital know what we were doing.
Still doing the same exact way.
Yep.
Not much has changed there.
Yeah, but you see, we were the first ones that could actually do that on our own. Prior to that, you used to have to call up the hospital and ask them to, wipe your nose, like I said. Had to
I
send an EKG and all sorts of things.
I started in the early 90s, about 93, 94.
Yeah.
So,
You were 10 years after I was. I was just finishing up then.
but
That was a great job for a guy in his 20s that was not married, didn't have kids and responsibilities and bills to pay.
that's
I
why
did it full time when I was in college.
that's impressive.
Yeah,
Did you
I
do
went
24 on, or did you do 24 shifts or 12-hour shifts?
Yeah, 24s. Yeah, we did 24s. We did 6P to 6P. The schedule was kind of neat. We'd do 6P to 6P every other day for 5 days and be on call the days in between. Then we have 4 days off. So it was
That was
actually a
convenient.
pretty nice schedule.
I switched over to fire-based EMS, got my fire certification, and we do a 24/48.
24 on, 48 off.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we got our Aussie buddy in. That reminds me, I've got to make sure that we got him listed. I need Australian moderators, and guess what, Wally, you're one now. Thanks for volunteering. See, if I can get some Aussie mods, I can actually do this thing overnight. I don't like, if it's based up here, I don't have anybody watching the stream overnight, and that's not good. I want to make sure that if I'm going to do this 24 hours a day, I want to make sure I've got moderators down there. Merry Christmas to you, Wally. It should be Christmas morning for you right now. Is that right?
Has his mic muted in Discord?
Yeah, see that. Wish I could remotely unmute it so we could hear what he's talking about. He probably just isn't ready to talk yet. That's all right. Should be about 10 hours ahead of me right now. So actually, it'd be Christmas Eve there, probably 8 p.m. or so, 8:30, 8:40 p.m. Maybe he's calling Wolfie to ask him how to unmute his mic.
Lord.
Sorry, Wally, I couldn't help myself.
Hey, did you get when you was doing your IOs? Did you use a manual or did you use like a bone gun or the Easy IO drill?
We use bone marrow aspiration needles, small ones with a nice handle on them. And we'd just crack them in, and then we'd hook the IV right up to them.
We got a actual, it's almost like a little power tool. I don't know if you ever heard of Easy IO, but still uses the interosseous needle, but basically a minor Dremel. Works
Yeah.
real easy.
We weren't that fancy. They've got freaking electric cots now. We had to do everything by hand, which is probably why my back's screwed up.
Yeah, we got the power cot and the power lift now, so it comes out of the back of the truck and it holds its own weight, and you don't have to do anything except pick the patient up and get him to the stretcher.
Yep. I really enjoyed my time as a paramedic. I mean, it was a lot of fun. People were generally pretty glad to see us.
Yeah.
You know, you'd see the street people out there, they'd wave at you because you knew that you had their back.
Yeah. And they knew your name. You knew theirs.
Yep.
I only got one guy that's kind of a prick. I don't like him a whole lot, but I don't have to deal with him a whole lot, very much.
Well, you have Karens, but generally the people that really need you are the ones that are pretty grateful that you're around. I just enjoyed it, you know. They'd give the cops crap, but they were always nice to us.
Did you often get repeat customers?
Oh my God, Judy. Oh, yeah, we had people that all the time. Yeah, we,
Frequent flyers.
yeah, they're called frequent flyers.
And
Um, and let me tell you a story down in Broward. They had some guy down there that would call up Broward EMS every day to get transported to Broward Medical Center. Well, they investigated a little bit, and then he'd get there and refuse treatment and leave. What was happening was he was calling up Broward EMS and having them take him to the hospital because he worked across the street from the hospital, so it was a free ride to work. And he would come on in. They caught him after a couple of months and sent him a bill for like $40,000 and attached it to his property taxes. But yeah, we had frequent flyers all the time. There are people that use it. It used to be that they would think that, well, if I called the ambulance, I'll get right into the emergency room and I'll bypass the waiting room. Because I came
yeah,
in by ambulance, I'll get right back. So they tried that little trick for a while, and the hospital got wise to them. Yeah, they would call you sometimes for really stupid things, and then they wouldn't call you for things they really needed to.
mm. I think the dumbest call I went on to was a guy with a hurt ankle when we got there, and it's of course 2 o'clock in the morning, and he said his ankle was hurting, it was broke. I said, "Oh, you know it's broken?" Yeah, the doctor. I said, "Well, when did you break it?" And he's like, 1972.
My favorite one was when I was in med school. I was up in Belglade, Florida, and I was working with the health department there. It was my first, experience, clinical experience, kind of on my own as a medical student and fourth year medical student. And it was also kind of neat because they paid us $1,500 a month to be there. So, it was really weird. But I had a job when I was there. I was doing check-in for Belglade Hospital. I do triage for them out front. And my job was to find out what they were there for, get a set of vitals, get a little history on them, and then send it back to the crew in the back. I had this young kid come in once, and he was probably about 18, 20 years old. And okay, well, hey, what's up, man? And I say, I got some stomach pain. Okay. Do you have any history of stomach pain? He goes, no. You on any medicines? And I get a set of vitals on him. I said, okay, well, when did the stomach pain start? Well, when I got shot. And when was that? He goes, oh, about 15 minutes before I got here. And I go, excuse me? And he goes, yeah. He says, you just got shot? Show me. And he pulls his shirt up and he's got a 9 millimeter hole in his left lower quadrant that is still bleeding. It's just kind of oozing a little bit. And I go, dude, why don't you have a seat? And next time this happens, you might want to mention that right off the bat. Like come in and say, I've been shot, not come in and say, my stomach hurts. Okay. So we got him back and got him up to surgery. Yeah. I mean, a freaking gunshot wound. He's carrying on a conversation with me.
You might want to lead with that.
Yeah. You might want to lead with that little complaint. You see weird stuff in the emergency room.
Oh yeah.
Weird things. But yeah, I mean, God, the stories that you have after 40 years of doing this and 10 years of doing that. I mean, well, I include that in my 40 years. I started when I was 19. And
Me-
I just enjoyed the heck out of it the whole time. I mean, it was a great job to have. It beat flipping burgers. You had to, you really felt like you were making a difference. It was a good job for a student too, because you'd study for 2 hours. They give you something really interesting to do for about 90 minutes. Then you come back and study another 2 hours. You just do that all day long. I'm still in touch with the guys that I used to work with.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Um, of all the people I started with, probably I'm still in contact with about 3 or 4 of them, and all of us crossed over to fire EMS. There's only one guy that's still solely EMS.
Yeah. I never had a desire to be a fireman. That's why I never did it. I never
I,
wanted to go to the fire academy, to be honest with you.
I did this. We used to. I was with the city service, and we covered the fire department. They were separate at the time, and watched those guys go in and fight a house fire. I got to do that.
Yeah, well, you see, that was my reaction, except the opposite. Like these guys are nuts. That house is on fire. You don't walk into something that's on fire.
Well, not.
Like, no. Good morning,
Speaking,
Sean. Merry Christmas to
morning.
you.
Merry Christmas. Speaking of careers, my chosen career, was one of the few outside of the porn industry that was required to deal with pornography. I was a photographer, worked on 1 hour photo labs after I got out of the army. So my favorite, my favorite customer was the one that would come in and say, "I got a question for you. I got a roll of film." You knew what was coming right after that. It was hilarious.
Yep.
And you talking about your favorite story, emergency room story, reminded me of the episode of ER where the guy, like, it was basically the intro to the show, the cold open, and the guy says, "Excuse me, but I've been waiting a little bit. I really need some help." And I don't know, it might have been George Clooney's character. He said, "Sir, can't you see that there's a lot of other patients here that are much worse off than you? Please sit down and wait your turn." And the guy says, "Okay." And he turns around and he's got an arrow stuck directly into the back of his skull. All of a sudden they're like, "Shit's on fire. We got to help him." It's hilarious.
I had a guy come in once. You remember the lawn darts?
Yeah. Oh, I
He had one of
remember.
those, he had one of those buried to the hilt in his buttocks.
I saw a chick get one sunk into her foot. You don't play lawn darts after after dusk. They were playing lawn darts and they just lost track of time and it just got too dark. And one girl chucked a dart and stuck. I mean, right where they put a nail, if you know what I mean, like right in the middle. Just dang.
Yep.
Yeah, those are outlawed. I mean, whoever thought that was a good idea?
Well, they used to do it. It used to be a thing for the archers in England, in medieval England. They would have these contests in villages, and they'd put a flag out in a field like 300 yards away, and everybody get lined up and with marked arrows. And what they do is they try and get to the guy that got the closest to the flag won.
Yeah,
You
but
lost them on in from like 200 meters away.
they didn't have two targets at opposite ends of the field and them standing right there.
Yeah, they didn't
Wait.
have a guy standing next to the flag going,
No.
"Yeah, shoot at this thing right here."
Look, it just bred excellence because if you wasn't quick and paid attention, you didn't make it through childhood back then.
Yeah. Yeah,
They actually had
18, 20 years old wasn't for the
sorry.
stupid.
They actually sold a science kit, like a chemistry set, or that had nuclear material in it.
I remember the build your own nuclear reactor one. I actually saw that kit when I was a kid.
But this was like a science, like a chemistry set. And one of the components was, I mean, it had a Bunsen burner, it had a microscope, it had everything, and it had a little sample of uranium
Yeah, I
or
think they had
something like
cloud
that.
chamber, as I recall. You could buy a cloud chamber as a kid back then.
Yeah, it's scary. Make your own dirty bomb, kids.
Yeah, how did any of us ever get through childhood? I was watching Young Sheldon the other day where he was getting the smoke detectors to make his own nuclear reactor, and he called up Professor Proton and, asked for advice, and then he got the smoke detectors and said, "Okay, well, I've got plenty of this radioactive material, lots of it. Oh, my address? Here, let me give that to you." And the next thing you know, Nest shows up on his doorstep.
Yeah. What other things that they?
There was a Boy Scout in California that built a reactor using,
Yeah.
and he got pulled over by the cops one day for speeding or something or other. And they go, "What's in the trunk?" And he says, "You don't want to go in there. It's, I've got a lot of radioactive material in there." And they go, "Excuse me." And and then the history began from there.
Yeah, he won that science fair.
Yeah, he did. He damn near won 20 years in the slammer too, or a
Yeah.
job at Oak Ridge, one of the two.
There used to be they have like this mini tool kit or whatever for kids now, where you got like this foam wood, and it's basically just a like it's an electric drill, but it doesn't have any, it doesn't have an edge to the bit. It's just a thing that just friction burns its way through the foam or whatever, and there's like a scroll saw, and they're little bitty things, size for kids' hands, but it's just they aren't dangerous. When I was a kid, there was an actual tool set like that with a real drill, a saw with teeth that would cut like pine, and they were all little battery powered things. I'd say quarter scale to a normal sized like DeWalt, and they plugged into a little workbench, a little power supply, and that they sold this thing to toddlers, to kids, like grade school kids, like dangerous
Ah, the
things.
good old days. Ah, the good old days.
I mean, when we went cross country, the best seat to sit in was the rear dashboard on the Ford LTD, because the sun kept you warm. You weren't bothered by other people sitting in there. I don't know why nobody wore seatbelts. I mean, yeah, how did we survive? Amazing. Nobody wore bike helmets unless you were like in the Olympics.
I remember Dad got a single trap truck, but he had the sliding glass door on it. I remember I was the only one small enough. I'd go through the sliding glass door. I was going out to get the cooler to get drinks for everybody and come back in the truck.
I mean, I truly think that safety made people less safe. Like bicycle helmets started being required attire, so people started thinking, well, I don't have to be as safe now because I got something protecting me, so I don't have to do it.
Somebody applied that to competitive football. They're saying you take away the helmets and the pads and minimize it where people are not as confident in their safety material to hit other people. It would actually, or might be less severe injuries.
Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't ride my bike in the street because, there were cars there and they'd hurt me. I wasn't careless with what I did because I knew I could get hurt. If I could wear pads and a helmet, I would have been evil Knievel as a kid.
gotta find what that guy wrote. Something about just anyway. I digress.
And I mean, talking about safety, he was one of like every child's idols. Evil Knievel, the most unsafe man on the planet, and everybody loved him.
Tell you
People are
another,
weird.
tell you another funny story was here COVID watching these people. Oh, I got my mask on. I'm being safe, and they sit there and like lift the mask up, rub their nose, cough, just constantly touching themselves. Go back on his mask and not wash that hand, and just start touching everything around.
Yeah.
Guys,
I mean, if it's going to get you, it's going to get you. No matter what you do, no matter how safe you're going to be, it's going to get you. I try and be as safe as I can. I wear a mask, got the jab. I don't go out of the house without the mask. But if it's going to get you, it's going to get you. I mean,
I just
Paul
think I
Newman.
was just making fun of the people that think
Yeah,
I got my mask on safe and they have no hygiene behind that. I was like, yeah,
yeah.
put a
I
little
mean,
bit
Paul Newman
extra.
and oh shoot, Andy Kaufman both died of lung cancer, the same type that people who smoke die of, and they didn't smoke. So I mean,
I thought Paul Newman
if
smoked early on. Yeah, I think he did early on.
he might, okay, yeah, he might have, but I know Andy Kaufman didn't, and a lot of other some other famous people have died of the same type of cancer, you know, and but they could have been secondhand smoke. But I mean, if something's gonna if it's your time, it's your time. You ain't gonna stop it.
I always view it kind of like walking up on a car wreck. You go to a motor vehicle accident with you going, there's no way anybody's alive in here, or this thinking this is going to be a body recovery, and then like, oh, he's out over here. What? And then you go to something where it doesn't look. Oh yeah, we'll probably somebody alive, and they'll be passed away inside the vehicle sitting there.
Hmm.
That always surprised me. You can't always be certain just by looking at the damage.
Yeah, I work
know-
in a school and the kids wear masks, but everything else is so filthy, it's ridiculous.
You know,
Well,
some people don't believe Andy Kaufman's dead.
Huh. Oh wow.
Next, you don't tell me those people out there think the Earth's flat and that the moon landing's a conspiracy.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. We've got a preschool out in the back of my house. Well, it's not. It's in the church behind where I live. But every kid there wears a mask. Not one of them is upset. Not one of them cries. Not one of them tries to take it off or has to be disciplined. You know, if you're afraid of a little piece of cloth and a little bitty needle, I just don't know what to say.
Oh, I wear a surgical mask whenever I'm outside the house, and an N95 on top of it, and I function just fine. And I'm an old guy.
Hey guys, I just wanted to pop in because it's Christmas here in Norway and, say Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I know some
Merry
of
Christmas,
you
Bjorn.
I know some of you heathens actually celebrate on the 25th. I'm just here to inform you that's wrong. It's the 24th. And so
Well, thank you for straightening us out.
yeah.
Jesus' birthday wasn't in December anyway, so we are all celebrating it at the wrong time.
Well, anyway, all of you guys have a fun day, and I wish you the best tomorrow if you celebrate tomorrow.
Right on.
Did you eat a lot today, Bjorn?
I haven't eaten yet. It's in about an hour, and then we're gonna open some presents and have fun.
Well, my personal Lord and Savior was born on Christmas Day, Shane McGowan.
Jane McGowan. Wasn't she in Sex in the City?
No, from the Pogues, dude.
Oh, okay.
Get with it, man. Try to keep up. You old hippie.
Jesus, I am an old hippie, aren't I? Fuck.
Oh, that's a good photo.
Even have my
I was going on
phone on.
Facebook and
Oh,
one of these guys got a really good picture of Comet Neowise.
right on.
Or not Neowise, I'm sorry. What's the one that's out right now that just had its apex a couple weeks ago? It's actually
Can't remember.
Leonard.
Yeah.
Leonard.
Didn't speaking of names, didn't someone name a storm Arwen? Like in Europe, they're naming storms now, just regular storms, not tropical or above a certain rating. And they named one of them Arwen.
Oh, I'm trying to come up with a joke for that, but I can't think of one right now.
It writes itself. I mean, what an obscure name. I mean,
Good
weird.
morning, Brenda.
Maybe in where well the Netherlands it isn't.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's Irwin. Maybe it's just their version of Irwin.
Which is still obscure.
Yeah.
The thing with Storm Arwen is it just all you hear is clickety clackety of keys and you just get bored to death.
Sounds like tea. Sounds like someone sipping tea when it blows by you.
Maybe it was shaped like a turtleneck.
He does rock that wizard look, though. I wish I had that hair.
The reason for this is because it's so rare something blows here in Norway. We name it when it does.
Oh.
Good morning, Bjorn. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Bob.
Is it nighttime for you?
No. We're gonna have dinner in about an hour. It's 5 o'clock in the evening.
Gotcha. I'm sorry I had a brain cramp there. I'm used to being on a little bit later.
Oh, that's okay. This is our Christmas day, so I'm not gonna be here for long.
Well, you're welcome to come by anytime you want. Pop in every now and then.
I'm having little piggies for Christmas dinner.
Little piggies?
Yes.
You're eating toes?
No. It's pigs in a blanket made with little smokies and half cut down crescent roll strips.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Take
Pigs in a
crescent
blanket.
rolls. You take crescent rolls, you roll them out, and then you cut each triangle in half, bisect the angle, and you wrap little smokies in it.
You're going to need R for that.
Absolutely. So I'm trying to decide if I want to actually cook or if I want to just go to the grocery store and buy one of those chickens and prepared food.
For the
Call it
$5
fire.
they charge you for that chicken, you can't buy a raw chicken for that price and cook it yourself.
No.
Yeah, it's only like about $9.
We spent 3 days making Christmas dinner, so we're gonna have that. I promise you that.
A lot of grocery stores have pre-made Christmas or Thanksgiving dinners. You put in your order, pay the money and they cook everything for you. Have it ready for when you show up.
We have that using that rotisserie chicken. We call it Firehouse Chicken and Rice. You just get some rice-a-roni and buy one of those chickens.
Good eating. I just bought a rice cooker. What a great kitchen tool. Holy cow, I wish I'd known about this earlier.
I have an Instant Pot that works pretty good too, but I'm working on some dulce de leche right now in the Instant Pot.
Right on.
What's so
Yeah,
great? What's so
the
great?
rice cooker. I'm sorry.
I was just asking, what's so great about a rice cooker? I mean, it cooks
It-
rice. What?
It uses science. It uses all kinds of science. It uses the magnetic what's the where a magnet loses its magnetism at a certain temperature. It has a magnet that holds a switch open that grips onto the bottom of the pot. And when the water gets hot enough, when the food gets hot enough, water won't boil, won't get hotter than 200 and something degrees. So, but food will. So when the temperature rises to a certain temperature above the boiling point of water, the thing automatically knows to stop cooking because there's no more water in there. They're the coolest thing. And this one has settings for steam to where I can just put dumplings in a basket in the top and water in it and have dumplings in 10 minutes. It steams. It can do brown rice, white rice, as different timers, different settings for different things. It's a cool thing. It's enclosed, so it keeps the heat and the moisture in to cook the rice. You can what I do is I pre-freeze mushrooms and chicken and sausage and stuff, cut them up into little pieces. And when I'm ready to cook, I put the amount of rice in, the amount of water in, rinse the rice, scrub it real good to get the stuff off the outside. Put it in the pot. Put the stuff that the pre-portioned frozen chopped vegetables and meat in it.
Do you scrub
Set it
one
and
grain
forget
at a
it.
time?
No, you get in there and you just squish it between your fingers in the water,
He
and
gets
it
a
gets
little
the
scrubber.
starch off the outside, makes it less gloopy.
He gets a tiny little scrubber brush. It's super tiny with
Yeah.
tiny.
Yeah, I can see Sean. One grain at a time. Scrub, done.
But I mean, you hit the button and it starts cooking it, and when it's done, it lets you know. And it takes maybe 20, 25 minutes. I haven't really timed it. But it's pretty quick. And you've got dinner. As good or better than you'd get at a Chinese restaurant in town. And like I said, while you're cooking your rice, you use the water or the steam that's coming off of it to cook your dumplings or whatever else that needs steamed. And I think a Instapot's about the same thing. It may do more stuff.
Yeah, we've been using rice pots for a very long time around here. We go through a lot of rice. And
Yeah.
we have a lot of other recipes that we actually do in there also. My wife really likes one with you brown some breakfast sausage, like a Jimmy Dean's breakfast sausage, brown it up, and then you add cabbage. You chop up cabbage, your sausage, some onions, some seasoning, a handful of raw rice, and a can of chicken broth, and you put it in there and you cover it up and let it cook in there, and it makes a really nice casserole.
Oh, heck yeah.
But
Sounds
yeah, we've
about
been
like
using rice pots for a long time.
I'd like to get a couple of clay crispy rice pots. Where you make them, you use them in the oven. It's just a clay pot with a handle and a lid, not tight fitting, but just a lid that sits on there. And you cook your rice that way. and it cooks it so well and so fast that you get this it almost burns on the outside where it's touching the pot, and it's really good. I mean that crispy crust, you get this crispy crust, kind of like a pot pie, and it's just another method of cooking rice.
I think my wife's got me a sous vide thing, so I'm going to be trying that out next week.
Oh, cooking with hot water.
Yeah, just like at 130 degrees for hours.
Yeah, that's a pretty popular thing. There was a method of a school of cooking for a while where it introduced sensory perception. Like I can't remember, it was a whole school of thought behind this thing. It was all psychological, and like one meal at this restaurant would be that while you ate it, someone would spritz you with water, blow salt water air across the table, and whisper in your ear. And this was like part of the meal. It's totally the most bizarre thing you've ever heard. And someone would scratch the back of your neck with steel wool. You know, it included senses in with the meal to make it, I guess, enhanced or something. But a lot of it was just really funny.
Sean, did you see Jose's video on Brian Leakey struggling with math?
Yeah, he just took the audio of him talking about numbers and put it with some other thing where he was showing the numbers, and none of the numbers matched. That had me dying. I'm like watching. He goes, and he got 3,170, and he's writing like 60 divided by 90. But it made more sense than he ever could.
I
That
also
was
like
great.
I also like the idea of working with what was he working with? Propane with gloves, but being shirtless.
Yeah. And did you see the dude? He has the nerve to call people, fat ass. He calls people fat. He's something.
My
He really
avatar
is.
here is the picture Jose drew of him in his lawn chairs and leaf blowers.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, I got nervous watching. He was messing. What was he doing with that propane? I mean, I don't know anything about that stuff.
He was filling a smaller camping bottle from a bigger tank.
Oh, okay. That
You get
wasn't.
an attachment that goes
It wasn't
onto your tank instead of a hose coming off it. You can get the same thing for like those soda machines. Instead of having to screw a small bottle on, you just get a hose, run it to a big tank of CO2.
There's a guy sitting in the green room, by the way.
That's what I want to ask you, Sean. You said you fill your soda stream by getting dry ice. I'd love to do. I'd love this for you to make a video doing it. I want to see how that's done.
Well, I've yet to do it. I just heard that you can do it. I've seen videos where the guy takes the pellets and puts them in there, and you got to weigh it. If you put too much, you'll, pop the safety valve or whatever. But the way I figured, I've got 4 or 5 bottles, and if I buy a 20-pound bag, that's about the right amount. So if I split that bag up into 4 equal portions, it's like 5 or 6 pounds each. And it tells you right on the bottle how much CO2 it takes, and that's actual weight of CO2. So
wait.
Gas has no weight.
You beat me to it.
Say what?
I just said he beat me to the joke.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, the Soda Stream, unless you refill it yourself or use a bigger tank, that's a ripoff. It costs less money to buy your own soda than it does to make it with the machine. If you're buying, even with the exchange thing where you send in your empty bottles and you get new ones, it's still an extravagance.
Yeah, I just like it to have soda water whenever I want it. Like every so often, I'll get a taste for a whiskey and soda or something like that, and it's like,
Yeah,
at least I know I'm not running to the store to throw out half a bottle.
right on.
I hate to interrupt the soda talk, but I wanted to let Blood Sticker and Mr. Malort. I gave you roles, so you will not have any trouble getting in here if you've had trouble in the past. So I just wanted to make that announcement.
Appreciate you.
Say hello to Where's Wally. I enjoy his videos. He's listening. And resume the soda talk.
Now you killed our jam.
Sorry about that, but I had to wait till my wife was stop banging in the kitchen.
You just set yourself up for a really horrible joke, but I won't go there.
Oh, hell, go ahead.
The moment's gone. If you got to explain a joke, you know.
Oh, no, I got it before you ever even told it.
I figured you did. Are you licking your wounds from that beating Brian gave you?
Boy, that was brutal, wasn't it?
Sure.
I'm still trying to figure out what the hell he said. I think it was nuh-uh, and nuh-uh.
Like I said, I finally realized what goes on in the mind of some of my students when I'm trying to explain something to them. It was me trying to follow along with his math. Now I know a student's mindset.
I think what he actually said was, well, you don't know anything about ScoiMoils, so I don't think you know anything about what you're talking about. Something like that.
I think he multiplied and divided by the same number at one point.
Yes, he multiplied, or he subtracted from 90 and then divided by 90. Oh wait, no, Brian, you talking about Brian Leakey or Brian's logic?
Brian Leakey.
Oh, okay. No, I was doing Brian's logic. But yeah, he took the measured angle from the horizon, subtracted that from 90, and then divided that answer by 90. For some reason. And the whole thing with the person that started that was oh shoot, can't remember who it was. But they were saying that you have to subtract from 90, and that gives you your actual angle of where you are, your latitude. But if that's right, then if I'm standing with Polaris directly overhead at 90 degrees, I subtract 90 from that. That means that Polaris is now at 0 degrees directly in front of me, or 0 degrees latitude. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
They might be talking about taking a horizon sight rather than a zenith sight.
Yes, but yeah, that's exactly what they're talking about. But they take they're converting the horizon, the measurement from horizon to the zenith, and saying that's what our actual latitude is, or something like that.
Right. It wouldn't be the first time someone's badly misunderstood something and mangled the explanation.
He also said a sextant is no good on a third of the Earth if it's no good from 0 to 30.
That's right. He claims that you can't get your correct latitude in Miami using a sextant.
Man,
that's a problem.
the reason they say that is because they've rationalized their brains into thinking that they can't. They've twisted the math so badly in their own minds that they think it's correct. And everyone else is wrong. People who have used sextants to sail out of Miami don't know what they're talking about. I mean,
You know what I
Miami is
did?
one of the most popular naval, nautical ports. Jesus.
People have been
Even if you,
finding it for a long, long time. It's not
even
that
if you
hard
could,
to find Miami.
even if you couldn't measure to Polaris or whatever from 30 degrees and below, you've got other stars you can use as a reference if you know which star you're looking at.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean,
They,
admittedly, you need to know what star you're looking at, so that
well,
might
they
be an
don't,
effort.
they don't
When they have a
recognize that sextants can be used to look at other things, not just Polaris. You can
Yeah.
look at the sun, the moon, you can look at planets, you can look at stars. You can look at all kinds of things with a sextant. Hell, you can look at your neighbor's house. But I did figure out one thing. I figured out that if I take the cube root of my social security number, divide by the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and multiply that by the square root of 2, you get almost the exact distance from Pittsburgh to Miami.
There you go. Well, I always say that if you, it's sort of like what I came up with. If you take NASA, an English anagram, and you think of it as a Hebrew word and misspell it, and you hold your face kind of right, it sort of means deception.
That's next level science there, Blue. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well,
But you
Brian is
gotta
doing
hold your
one. Brian's doing one interesting thing though. He's actually fiddling around trying to do a Cavendish, and I like the way he's starting.
Yeah.
Got some big lead balls cast. In fact, I wrote him a lengthy comment last night and told him some of the problems he was going to run into and offered to help him. I'd like to see him do it.
Yeah.
Except I'd like to see him get it right.
But you know he's melting that lead by his kids. You know that. Or his grandkids.
Hey kids, come on, take your shirts off. Come over, help me. Come over, help your daddy.
Yeah, that's not the most healthy stuff to be around.
No.
Then he'll use mercury for the little weights.
Here, cup your hands, help daddy out. Fill this cup up here.
I did a few calculations. It looks like fishing line might actually work.
I saw Blue, I saw Cavendish. I can't remember who did it, but this thing was like they had done it in like a warehouse, and it was like tall. It was really high, and they used magnetic recording tape.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's a really old film. That's the one where they used water bottles and sand or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Guy's wearing a suit, doing science in a suit. I mean, that just, I love the old days. Guys would work factories wearing 3-piece suits.
I get really nervous though when I see somebody trying to do this out in open air, because almost invariably that fails miserably.
Oh yeah.
You cannot imagine how. You cannot imagine how. How tiny. What a tiny amount of wind current it takes to mess that thing up.
Well, if you're doing a long exposure on a with a 35 millimeter camera on a tripod, even with it weighted down, it may be blurry if there's any wind. So I could definitely see how the Cavendish should be obliterated.
Oh, I had my torsion balance hanging up from the side of the workbench when I was playing with it originally. You cannot get it to sit still. I mean, no way.
Yeah, it'd be tricky. I mean, that's why they have like 6-inch thick or granite slabs to do like laser experiments with. You definitely need stability, something that stops vibration or whatever. Kind of the same thing.
Be interesting to see what he comes up with. He's starting out trying to. He's about to make the same mistake Sleeping Warrior made. He's got his fishing line tied to a swivel. Now, wait a minute. You don't have a torsion balance.
Yeah, you got a plumb bob that you got a really expensive plumb bob and a pendulum that doesn't work.
He's attached the torsion line to a swivel.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, it's not a torsion balance.
I don't. I just don't.
Yeah.
Is this an example? No, is this an example of an amateur not understanding what part of the experimental equipment is for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my grandpa, he was getting old. He loved to work wood, but he wasn't real bright. He was just a farmer. You know, I don't even think he finished high school. And he made he made a whirligig, and he made these things for everyone. And he took his table saw. He made these hexagonal or octagonal blocks. It was the hub of the propeller that would make it move. And then he set his saw at 45 degrees. It's at a 45-degree angle, centered on the center of that block. And he ran them through one way, turned it 90 degrees, and ran it through again. And he put in the blades for the propeller. And he gave these things to everyone for Christmas. I mean, people in town. Just picture it. Let me know when you know what's wrong with that. They didn't work because the propellers weren't opposed to each other on opposite sides of the hub.
Yeah, looking at it end on, you'd have it looking like a V rather than.
Right. Yeah. So when he made them, if you looked at end on one side, both blades were facing the same direction. And he just no one had the heart to tell him. Nobody. Nope. To his deathbed, no one brought up the fact that they were wrong, but everyone was talking about it.
Bless your grandpa.
Yeah, him and his wife, my grandma, their nicknames were Alf and Ralph because he was, he was a handyman, carpenter, whatever, when he was younger. And they had 2 mailboxes. They lived out on a rural route. God, out the country, and they had a regular mailbox, steel standard, post office or mailbox. And then my grandpa put up a 50-foot tall pole and put a mailbox on that for airmail. It was awesome. And he did that right when airmail became a thing, with the red and white or red and blue, white and white striped edges on the
on the
envelopes and
yeah.
everything. He had a great sense of humor.
Now, do you know if he did this on the Word of Gigs on purpose? Like he just messed them up on purpose, or was he just?
No, he just didn't. He just didn't think.
Okay.
He was like 80 when he made them.
It's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
I've done some pretty dumb things when building stuff like that.
My dad.
Just because
Oh,
I was
go
on
ahead.
automatic pilot.
Yeah. My dad needed 4 boards, or no, he needed 6 boards that were 2x2 or 2x4. So he bought some sheets of plywood, and he started cutting 2-foot lengths off of them, and he didn't have enough, and they were all too. No, he needed 4-foot. Wait, no. Hold on. I'm trying to think.
Brian Leakey math.
He needed 5-foot pieces of plywood that were 4 foot wide. So he bought a bunch of he bought 3 sheets of plywood and just cut them all in half. Every piece was too small. It's hilarious. I watched him do it. And I watched him buy them. I helped him load them. Helped him bring them in. Watched him cut those things. Helped him carry them up to the bathroom, and then went into my room to listen to music. And about 2 minutes later, I heard, "Son of a..." And when he came out, I was standing at the garage door with his keys. He said, "Why didn't you try and stop me?" I said, "I've tried before, and you never let me." He was a stubborn guy. He didn't believe in the speed of light or something. I told him an interesting fact. I said, the sky will get brighter as time progresses because the light from stars haven't reached us yet. And he couldn't comprehend that. And I tried explaining it to him. I said, see, certain stars are so far away and light travels at the speed of light. It takes so many years for the light to get to us. And he just couldn't understand it. He was a lieutenant colonel in the Army, air defense artillery officer. He couldn't understand that. They've done little tests, with engineers, and they give them one piece of wire, a light bulb, and a battery, like a AA cell. And they say, make the light up. And a lot of them couldn't do it because they said they needed 2 pieces of wire. I mean, there's like shows that they made about this stuff. It's
okay. Just go over that again. So you've got a battery, a wire, and a bulb.
Right.
So they never used a flashlight.
So
Right.
so nobody's thought about, say, balancing the bulb, touching one terminal of the battery, and
Yeah,
then
they
bringing the
couldn't.
wire around.
They couldn't picture it. They were so trained in a circuit needs 2 wires, a light bulb, and a. They were so ingrained and trained that they couldn't say, well, why can't I just cut the wire in half?
That's
You
a
know?
5th grade science standard. That is one of the practical demonstrations the kids have to do now.
Yeah.
With the
Right.
you know the big square batteries, they're about 6 inches tall, about 4 inches square.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they've got
the
terminal in center, terminal in the
So
corner. You
Dry
you
cell.
don't need a single wire. Yeah.
hmm
You don't need one wire. You if you've got a big enough bulb,
yeah, you just go
you just
across the terminals.
balance it
Those
across terminals.
springs up there.
Yeah.
I mean,
But some
isn't
of them couldn't get it. Some of them just didn't. There was a cognitive dissonance going on.
Who here
That's
made
kind
the
of fun.
mistake of putting a
Hmm.
9-volt battery in their front pocket while they had change in there?
Oh,
hmm
well, just read all
Yeah,
the warning labels on a step ladder sometime, and you come to the conclusion that people are basically fucking idiots
hmm
because every one of those things they tell you you shouldn't do, which is such an obvious thing, is only there because somebody actually did that and sued the company for it.
Yeah. Well, it's like the episode of The Simpsons where they're watching a Preparation H commercial with Bart, and it says orally. And Homer nudges Bart and says, "See, boy, because of me, there's a warning." Yeah.
That's
Whenever
funny.
you see
It
a
kind of
warning, it's because someone did that.
I was going to say it's funny that you mentioned it reminds me of in my work I come across a lot of people lately that do not know how to use email because they're so ingrained in this whole kind of sending stuff by WhatsApp.
Hmm.
And you ask them to send them an email, and these are young people, and they do not know how to send email from their phone. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And they're always like, can I WhatsApp it to you? And then, no, I'm not sharing my personal number with you. Thank you very much. Like it's just, but yeah, you get into a situation where people are just oblivious to other, yeah.
I saw a video. I don't know if it was fake or whatever, but it looked like it was in a third world country, not
Mm-hmm.
not New York City, in other words. And it was a vacuum cleaner, one of those old cylinder types, Hoover, with a retractable cord. And the kid was like holding the cord, pulling it like a pull cord on a motor. I've seen videos of kids holding up a dial phone in awe and wonder and not knowing what the hell to do with it, how to dial a number.
Yeah.
Like they leave the thing on the cradle and say, okay, well, these must be the numbers. And they say, oh, it turns. And they're like, so they hear the dial tone and they put it on the cradle and they dial the numbers in. Then they pick it up and they hear a dial tone.
Yeah, trying to call a radio station, you dial the first 6 numbers and you're waiting for the DJ to say the last number so you could call in, and he's always there too long before the phone disconnects.
Yeah. I remember that. That's how I learned. That's how I learned to use a 10 key. Was dialing a phone for DJ, call-ins on a touchpad. I'd sit there and just focused on the radio, and I knew exactly what buttons to hit. So So that wasn't giving away prizes to people. That was just training the masses for menial labor like data entry.
Yeah, it's like the stories you hear about kids these days that you hand them a CD and I think it's like a coaster or something, and they don't know what it is. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
We couldn't even have touch tone phones at our house for a while. We had to buy the ones with the buttons, but then they would pulse till our lines got upgraded.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the old telex. And they went up to and then there was whatever we used for a dial tone. And those were actually like relays that had to shut. So each one of those was a relay closing.
One ringy
There's
dingy.
a thing called a stepping switch.
Yeah.
Good Lord, you guys are old.
Hey, man, I remember, and you probably do too, when you couldn't buy a phone, you had to rent one from Ma Bell.
Yeah, I remember going to Radio Shack like the week after it was deregulated, getting the new phones, and that's when I found out we couldn't have touch tone phones. We had to get those pulse dial ones.
Yeah. Mom's dream was to get one of those phones like the French people use with a
princess phone.
Yeah, I mean the real princess phone with like the horn shaped mouthpiece and the like the wood handle. It's like the real fancy one that set on a cradle and it was almost like a box with jeweled sides and stuff. I don't even know the name of them, but she finally got one and hated it. She thought those were so fancy. Yeah, the princess phone was a little football shaped one. I had a lava lamp phone, the touch tone phone built in with a lava lamp built into it.
hippie. That's insane and cool at the same time.
No, it's awesome. But it was a bits to dial because it was lava lamp. The number pad was all wavy. It's like the buttons weren't square. It was like they were cut out of, if you drew the tic-tac-toe pattern, but used wavy lines and then took those pieces and put them on a phone. And you couldn't read it. I mean, it's like, and the writing was wavy too. It's just screwy. Yeah, lava lamps and black light posters and black velvet shit. And I was an officer's kid. Dad didn't like that much. Yeah, my dad was way anti-hippie. He was a Nixon Republican.
I put a picture of one in the voice chat. See if that's your phone.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen. Yeah, wasn't it that they were so wavy? It was that they were all diagonal. That was it. They were all diagonal, and how do you dial that?
Can't use a 10 key like that.
No. But yeah, it was a cool phone. It was a cool lamp. Yeah, it's been a while. Should I own that in the 90s, I think, or something. A while back.
What's the big red button at the bottom right corner? Like, what's that for?
Might have been redial.
Okay.
Or it might have been an on and off switch. I can't remember. It's been years, at least a decade since I owned it. I just remember it was I hated it. And the lava lamp wasn't quite right. It's all plastic, so I don't think they could use a hot enough bulb for it, or else it'd melt, and the lava didn't flow right. Didn't get that convection working. It was just a total failure. It looked awesome.
It looks cool, yeah. It's just
The biggest disappointment of my youth is when we found a lava lamp in the garbage, broke it open, and found it was just wax and not real lava. That really put a damper on my days.
Wax and alcohol, I think, isn't it, or glycol or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. It was,
Don't
but it
drink
was just a big lump of wax.
Yeah. But it's a specific mix of wax. It's like carnauba and paraffin, and there's like and beeswax. There's a definite mix. It has to be a certain consistency. I'm sorry, what?
It's a very, very carefully selected group of waxes because it's got to be fractionally more dense than the water in there when it's cold, but fractionally less dense than the hot water when it's liquid. So it must have taken a bit of work to get the mix right.
Yeah. There's like documentaries done on the invention of the lava lamp and the people who did it and the chemistry that they used, and there's videos on YouTube to make your own.
So the wax is paraffin and perchloroethylene.
Okay.
And the water part is water, salt, antifreeze, and color.
Okay. I always wanted a black lava lamp with red water.
I had one of those briefly. Then my housemate managed to break the damn thing.
I mean, what are they going to do when incandescent bulbs are illegal? Those things won't work on an LED.
Well, the next generation of them will have an LED bulb and a heating element.
Heating, yeah, probably. Which, I mean, it's the same thing. Just safer.
Wouldn't be difficult to do, but it'd just require a little bit of a redesign.
One of the coolest things I've seen is it's a music heat pipe. They take a transducer and they mount it to a tube, and they drill holes in the top of the tube that basically make a burner. And the holes are really small, and they build up pressure with the gas, and they play music into it. And the sound waves cancel out certain lengths of the pipe and prevent the gas from getting through the hole. You got like different, the sine wave or the wave of the music basically blocks the holes at certain parts, and you get a equalizer graph in real time of the music in fire.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find it.
If you could, because I mean, this is kind of falls in my ballpark what I studied in university, so I'd really be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, here it is. Cymatics. Rubens tube is what it's called. It's what the thumbnail looks like.
He was the manager for the Partridge Family.
Reuben, yeah. Reuben Kincaid. The guy that could that could like scrunch up his forehead and move his entire hair on his head. That was just amazing to me.
John Madden's brother.
What?
It's John Madden's brother. John Madden, coach.
The football player, John Madden, or the big guy. That's Reuben Kincaid's brother. Holy crap! But yeah, there it is. Nigel John Stanford. An antique physics instrument demonstrating acoustic standing waves in a tube. And they put fire to this tube and it gives you a waveform. Yeah, I put the link in the VC chat. And that thing where they have the stream of water, and then they play music, and it starts taking this waveform looking thing. That's just done with a strobe. The tube is attached to the speaker, so as the speaker moves, it moves the hose. And then they use a stroboscope to freeze the motion of the water. So it's basically if you took a garden hose and jiggled the end while you're spraying the water. That's what it does. But it does it on a smaller scale and more controlled. Pretty cool anyway. But a lot of flat earthers are fooled by this. They're like, well, water knows music, so it's taking that shape because of the music's playing. No, it's taking the shape because the music is making it take the shape. It isn't the acoustic. The mood of the music isn't affecting the mood of the water, making it get all jiggly. I've been up since 3 a.m.
4:30.
When it's winter, I go to bed when it's dark, and it gets dark at 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. It's like, what the hell? I mean, it gets dark out at like 5:30, 4 or 5:30. It's insane. And I really think something's up because, like, one night at about 8 o'clock at night, I'll look out the window and I'll see the moon. And then the next night at 8 o'clock, it won't be anywhere in the sky. Something's wrong. I mean, I hate to sound like a flat earther, but
oh my God, you're going Hans Wormhat on us.
But it's just stuff doesn't look right. I mean,
I've occasionally had that.
What's happening is the projector's broken, and we had to take the moon down temporarily from the sky dome. But it'd be fine.
It's in the gallery.
No, I was looking. The moon had to be over my personal dome, and it couldn't be in yours at that time.
I know it's just me not looking at the sky at the right time each night. Me just, messing up. But it just seems like the moon isn't in the same place each night. It's like some nights it'll be there, some nights it'll be way over there. Yeah, no, it's just me.
The astronaut program, I think it's rising like at 9 o'clock right now, 9 p.m. You got like 2 or 3, almost 2 hours or 3 hours of dark before the moon comes up right now.
It's just my perception of it.
I might be wrong, but generally, right as the moon comes off the full moon stage and it starts getting smaller, it rises later in the night.
Right. Okay. The simple thing, the moon moves with respect to the background stars by about 15 degrees each day. sorry, 12 to 13 degrees each day. So, yep, if it was somewhere at 8 o'clock, you wouldn't have it there. You'd have it there at either 7 or 9.
Yeah, so it's like, wait, I thought it was supposed to be there. Yeah.
It's made even more complicated where I am because just occasionally there'll be a hill or a building that's right where the moon's supposed to be.
It's dark, so you don't see the building or the hill.
Yeah, off my balcony, I've got a tree that always gets in the way. It's in just the wrong place.
Northern California, I have not. I've missed the last like 4 equinoxes and the last 3 eclipses. Too cloudy.
Oh, you should move to where I am. We don't get to see anything in the night sky. It's cloudy all the time. I don't get to see anything.
I just have so much light pollution. I can't. I try. I got a tabletop.
We've got excellent low light pollution here. We're listed at a certain level, but we're nowhere near that. We're just listed on that level because of the size of the town, of the real estate that we take up. But yeah, nobody has like bright lights, and we don't have a lot of street lights. I don't think that's measured. I think that's actually like calculated on population or density.
I'm 4 miles from O'Hare Airport. I have a lot.
Oh yeah. But yeah, we're out on the coast, out in the middle of nowhere. And I can see a lot of stars at night when the weather's good.
When you say density, is that normal density or Rayleigh density?
Relative density.
No, it's about buoyancy, people. Buoyancy. I'll go get my egg and my lab coat. I'll be right back.
Have we checked for the Rayleigh criterion?
And don't forget about the firmament. I mean,
he was talking about
what?
I wrote it in the chat. But isn't the Haversine formula the new movie by Tom Clancy? Sounds like a movie title. Some like espionage spy novel.
Yeah, a good 70s spy movie with John Voight in it, the Haversine formula.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm about to go and start getting ready for Christmas Eve party. All right. Get cleaned up and get stuff packed so I can head out this afternoon.
Don't end up in a drunk.
Take care.
Merry, merry, happy, happy.
Merry, happy, happy.
I'm just pull up the RV till by the shitter's full and dump my load.
Did anybody watch Jose's debate with Nathan?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that was great.
I've seen that about 5 or 6 times.
It was short and sweet, like, but yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, he loves to twist stuff, doesn't he?
He does. And who was it that the other guy, John, that kind of chimed in?
QE.
QE, okay, yeah. God, he is just the worst.
Yeah, QE has to white knight for Nate.
And his way of white knighting is get the out of here. Shut up. That's his way of communicating.
Yeah, that's his go-to, isn't it? It's like calling everybody retards and Jesus.
Numpty clown, pretender clown. How old is he? Good Lord.
What really annoys me about Nathan is, though, I mean, QE is worse, definitely, like, but Nathan, he kind of talks to people in this, like, demeaning kind of, like he's talking to a stupid kid, almost, like, like, Let me explain this to you.
Yeah.
Curvature. You know, oh, that really annoys me. Like,
that makes ignorant, gullible people think that he's smart.
exactly. Exactly.
And all QE does is quote movie lines. I could name every movie his insults come from.
Well, they live in the movies. I mean, Mark Sargent's a perfect example of that. He can't say anything without referring to a science fiction movie. They think the Matrix is real. I mean, they think there's actually a blue pill or a red pill that you have to take. I mean, it's just they quote Star Trek, Star Wars. I mean,
yeah, you could tell QE was involved in the military because it's the same 10 movies he quotes from, which are on full rotation on every military base that I've been on.
Yeah. I mean, they quote the movies, they cite the movie Spaceballs.
Really?
Yes. Yes. They'll on videos, Globe Earth debunk videos, which is basically, I don't believe in reality, so here's a video proving it, is they'll like put a clip in from Spaceballs. Like, yeah, they think that this is real. And it's like, no, we don't. We do not think that Spaceballs is real.
You're shattering my reality here. I thought Spaceballs was real.
I think that oh shoot, who's the guy that did that? Who made that movie?
Mel Brooks.
He should have quit. He should have quit just before that movie was made. He should have quit after Blazing Saddles. He just started getting too commercial. I mean, just too predictable. I mean, just too campy. I mean, campy is good, but he just overdid it. Life is hard. What, Life Sucks? Is that the one he did? That was
Life
pretty
Stinks.
good.
I like
Life
that.
Stinks.
Yeah.
That was good. He should have quit right after that. He never should have done Spaceballs. I mean, it was just awful. I mean, it looked like it was done by a high school. You know?
I love Spaceballs. So it's one of my favorite Mel Brooks movies. Like, but
Some people
yeah,
do. And yeah, can't count for taste. There's some movies I don't like that other people like. Are you nuts? But it just, yeah. I love Mel Brooks though. The 2,000-year-old man with Rob Reiner or Carl Reiner. Best comedy skit ever. Just Carl Reiner interviewing Mel Brooks as a 2,000-year-old man. Been around for everything.
Yeah, that basically became history of the world.
Yeah, basically. You'd ask him about, you ever meet Jesus? Ah, yes, wonderful guy. Love fish, or something like that.
Never took his shoes off.
Yeah.
I think my favorite Mel Brooks movie is probably the Producers. I love that film.
Yes, that was very good. That was an excellent movie. Good plot. I mean, they set out to fail, and they completely succeed, and it ruins them. That's just totally awesome.
And then Lorenzo Saint Dubois. I mean, he's one of the. I've always had this desire to dress up as Lorenzo Saint Dubois for Halloween, but I cannot find those boots that he wears anywhere or anything close to them.
What are you talking about? The boxer shorts and boots and Nazi hat, Nazi helmet, something like that?
No, you know, he wears the black turtleneck with the Campbell's kind of soup chain, and he's got the baseball kind of trousers, and then he's got these like knee-high furry boots.
No, wait,
So
who are
that's the
you
only
talking?
thing.
What?
He's
Who are you
talking about
talking?
Arwen.
Lorenzo Saint Dubois
Who is that?
from the producers.
Oh, I don't remember
He,
the.
he was
Oh,
played by he was played by Dick Shawn.
okay. Yeah, the German guy
The guy that played
that
Hitler.
basically wrote the music for it. They hired to write the score, right?
No, he was the guy that actually played Hitler
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
movie. Love power. I'm talking
Picture in
about.
chat.
Yeah.
But when they initially talked to him, like what on the rooftop, he was feeding pigeons or something, wasn't he? He was just wearing like knee-high boots and Nazi
No,
helmet.
I think that was after, if I remember correctly. But in the audition, he was wearing these knee-high boots, and
Just look
he
in
was
the
singing.
chat. You'll see it.
Yeah,
I've got to
he was singing
rewatch
that.
it.
I know this is how Arwen dresses. This is what you would see under Arwen's table.
Maybe I'm talking about somebody else though. I'll have to rewatch it. It's been a while since I've seen it. I love that song. It's just awesome. Springtime for Hitler in Germany.
Yeah.
It's springtime for Hitler and
Hitler
Germany.
and Germany.
Winter for England and France. And then the little short stormtrooper. Yeah. I got to go too, guys. I got stuff to do. We'll talk to you guys later. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry
And
Christmas, Sean.
Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you worship, whatever you like, whatever rationale you use to eat with. Take time off of work. So, later.
Take care.
Well, I have no life, so I'll just hang out here for a bit.
I'm probably going to be hanging around for another hour or so, then start putting dinner on. Then a couple of hours after that, I might be dropping over to the Shills to see what they're up to on their stream tonight.
I like the Shills. I just can't take Dick Dawson's voice. It's too jive. I can't do it.
I also have a few beers to get me through the evening, so that might help.
Well, I've got a pub quiz to attend with a family because we can't get together this year. Like, so we're doing a pub quiz on Zoom in a couple hours.
Seems reasonable.
I used to do pub quizzes before the internet. How does that work now? You got to all put your phones down and play on the honor system?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Although I've been to pub quizzes like actual pub quizzes where people were actually using the phones to find out the answers. So yeah, and it's
I mean, if you give points for time, that could make sense because if you know it right away, you can put the answer in first. And
I don't know. I think it's kind of a given that people cheat at pub quizzes. I think that's kind of a thing.
Hello, Blue. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm sitting here, Judy. I was eating lunch.
So I wanted to wish you Merry Christmas.
Yeah, and a Merry Christmas to you. You get to start a lot sooner than I do, though.
Well, it's about 7 on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, there you go. It's just noon here where I am.
don't end up in the drunk tank on Christmas Eve, Judy.
Not even leaving the house today.
Is it cold over there?
-6 right now, -6 Celsius, and we've had snow today.
Oh, good.
So it's a white Christmas here.
We actually had one here last year. The first time in my life.
I love when it snows down south and then you get all the videos of people not driving. Remember, kids, turn out of that skid and floor it.
Problem is we don't have snow plows or salt trucks.
Well, the entire county where I live has a total of 20 snowplows. And we've got 2 major interstates that run through it. So we got enough snowplows to keep the interstates open. That's basically what it is.
Well, we have lots of snow plows, but no sand trucks. They put coarse sand or small gravel instead.
Yeah,
Good for the environment.
We're not getting snow at the moment, but we're getting icing up from basically fog sticking to everything. So that's going to be fun.
One giant pile of salt is kept by my daughter's high school.
I just posted a photo of Main Street in Houston last year. Not a car on it.
Yeah, you guys should have to pay back all that damn money for
We have to budget for snowfall.
We have to budget for hurricanes.
Hey, come on. Let's be fair. That's more snow than they've seen there in about a century.
Yeah, it is.
That's an absolutely lethally critical amount of snow.
I was out my front door last year morning. Probably an inch and a half. Enough to be pretty.
Yeah, that was a good sight for Christmas morning.
Oh yeah. It was one of those unannounced occurrences. Happened in the middle of the night. Everybody woke up and said, "Wow, look at this."
How many hours did it last?
The streets were pretty clear by the afternoon, middle of the afternoon. But the snow stayed on the ground probably a couple of days. It doesn't hang around long in this part of the world. I'm glad too. I like to look at it and then I like for it to go away and not bother me anymore.
Yeah, my life is so much better since I got rid of my 2-cycle snowblower and traded up to an electric. So much better. I don't smell like a damn mechanic every time I blow snow.
Blue, does your friend Joker get anything special for Christmas?
Nah, not really. He gets his usual you play toys, few toy things. Try to get some pictures of him tomorrow. I got one of him last year. He didn't like that damn snow at all. I'm thinking about making a wooden sextant. Sounds like fun.
Should be quite good.
Would it be affected by temperature?
Or it'd be affected by temperature, humidity, all kinds of things.
I seem to remember making, well, a very basic sextant with a school protractor and some string.
Yeah.
You know, the protractors that were a couple of feet across.
You can do that. Need a
Yeah,
plumb
go
bob,
ahead.
basically.
Rub my face into your woodworking skills again, like you're Dan Cavendish. Tell you what, if you make one, I'm going to start one at the same time, and we'll see whose is better.
Hey, I'm with you.
Challenge accepted.
Righty.
Blue, somebody in chat was wondering if you remember the blizzard of '93 in Knoxville.
Oh, do I ever? We had 2 feet of snow here in this front yard. Couldn't even leave
And
the
not a
house for
proper
about 4 or
shovel to
5
clear it.
days. Huh? Say it again.
I said not a proper shovel to be found for snow.
Well, I had a proper snow shovel.
Actually, you probably got a grain shovel laying around, don't you?
Yeah, I got all kinds of shovels, but actually had a proper snow shovel. Little cheap old plastic one, but you know, good enough for what we do around here. We actually had blowing, drifting snow. Snow drift in the back of my driveway was about 6 feet deep.
Yeah, that's the worst when that happens.
I got a picture of the somewhere or the other. You know how tall a regular BFI garbage can is, and that's not even all the way back to the fence where the snow had drifted. Another 20 feet or more. And you can barely see one corner of that garbage can. That's how much snow was in there. Wow. We didn't leave the house for about 5 days. It was crazy. We got all that snow, and then usually you think it's going to go away pretty quickly, but after it snowed, the skies stayed overcast. I mean, very thick overcast, and the temperature dropped down around 0 Fahrenheit. And that stuff didn't. I mean, it was not melting. It just stayed cold like that for a long time. We even had thunder snow that night, I remember.
That's quite rare, isn't it? Thunder snow.
Yeah, that's weird.
So is that when there's thunder and then it's in it during a snowstorm?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird when you got thunder and lightning with the snow.
The winds were ferocious. I mean, it was an absolute blizzard. Steady 30, 40 mile an hour wind blowing. We'll typically get a little snow 3 or 4 times in a season. That's about all. And rarely is it more than 3 inches. That's enough for me.
Usually get snow once every 5 or 6 years. There's a couple of times where we've had it 3 times in 1 year, which is exceedingly rare. And if the snow stayed on the ground for more than a couple of hours, that's also exceedingly rare. And that was kind of one of the issues with what happened in Houston is they didn't get more snow than they usually got. They just got it and it stayed for a week. And that was what really kicked their butt, is because they had no infrastructure to handle that. Because it just doesn't happen.
The further south you get, the more prone it is to start out as ice. You get a nice slick coating of ice on the roads.
Yeah, because the ground is always hot. That's why the only time we have temperatures below freezing is whenever it's a clear day. We rarely get it whenever the skies are cloudy, because the clouds hold the heat down.
Right.
And it can't escape. So that's why snow is so rare, because usually by the time the clouds are there, it's actually holding heat in and it can't melt. It melts the snow.
Yeah, the initial part of the snow, though, starts melting on the roadways and stuff and then freezes. And it is really slippery underneath the snow.
Yeah, you're driving on black ice.
Yeah, basically.
Back in the late 80s, yeah, I guess about mid to late 80s, there was a ice storm down here. It had stayed below freezing for about a week and a half. But at the beginning of it, there was a really hard sleet, rain. They had ice built up around all the branches of the trees, the power lines, and everything, an inch and a half thick.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, but all of the branches of the trees were collapsing. It was breaking the power lines. It was a mess, but it was gorgeous as far as every branch on every tree was just covered with this clear layer of ice.
Man, that's heavy too.
Yeah, it's very heavy.
It doesn't take a lot of ice. Get roofs collapsing with that on it.
Yeah. Well, the houses didn't end up with a whole lot of ice because because it didn't start collecting on the houses until much later because it took quite a bit longer for the house to cool down to the point to where the ice was sticking. So there was ice on the roofs, but not nearly as thick as everything else that wasn't heated and had a black roof and everything. But there was since it stayed below freezing for so long, they had all of the rice fields and crawfish ponds and all froze over. And after 4 or 5 days, the ice was thick enough to where they were getting 3-wheelers and riding out on the ponds and all sorts of stuff. They actually had ice sheets in the Gulf of Mexico around the platforms, which was really crazy. Something that no one had ever seen before.
The ice is the real problem. Snow's okay. All the northerners laugh at us about the way we drive in the snow. They don't realize that what's under the snow is what's giving all the issue. Just snow.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can do okay with that.
Yeah, driving in the snow is not bad. It's the ice underneath it. It's and also the fact that you guys have 20-something more snow plowers than we have. Because technically you have a grand total of 0.
Yeah, right.
I vaguely remember one year where I wrecked a pair of boots when I went out in the snow. Because I stepped out, my foot went through the snow, through the layer of ice, and it was sharp enough that it sliced the boots up at just above the welt. And I ended up with it cutting through and making my boot leak all over the place. That was not fun. And yeah, that's in Britain with relatively mild weather. All I can guess is that it had thawed and frozen a few times, and turned into quite a hard but brittle edge.
Yeah.
Just glad I wasn't in bare feet.
This will hurt you.
Yeah.
I've fallen down on it and ended up with a few stitches in my hand.
Ended up with a few broken bones because of the ice, but she was a figure skater, so. Kind of comes with the territory there.
That's a self-inflicted wound, though.
She had plenty self-inflicted wounds. She wasn't exactly the most coordinated either.
We have problems sometimes with drowning when people underestimate the thickness of the ice or overestimate. And they go out on the lakes.
Yeah. I can imagine that being a problem. Because it doesn't take much to go through. And then you don't have a good solid edge to get hold of to pull yourself out if you've still got the strength. I've seen a few medical reports of people doing this weird. It's either Christmas Day or New Year's Day. Let's jump in a semi-frozen body of water and getting heart attacks on the spot. So that's something that I wish people had stopped doing.
Well, here it's very common to go from sauna and go in a hole in the ice and then back to the sauna again.
Yeah. Well, at least over there, you're tending to do it kind of in a group, if you see what I mean. So there's people around. We get individuals doing it, which doesn't go quite so well when it goes wrong.
Other issue I noticed, I've done work in Alaska and Chicago, Massachusetts, and all. So I've been through quite a bit of snowstorms and everything. But one of the things I've noticed is that you have time to acclimate to the cold. Over here, when we have a snow or ice, it was 80 degrees the day before. So it goes from 80 down to 25 within a 24-hour period. So there's no acclimation. There's no, I've been wearing this for the last couple of days. Even your clothes you have to pull out because you don't wear the same thing from one day to the next. When we would get Canadians that would come down, they would come into the office and they would, on a cold day like that, it may be in the 20s, maybe up into the 30s, but they'll come in with sweatshirts, a t-shirt on, sweatshirts, a little overshirt, and then a jacket or a coat. And they take all of that stuff and hang it up by the door. Whereas all the locals come in and they're wearing short sleeve jeans and short sleeves. And they look at us like we're crazy, but whenever they finally ask about it, we tell them that we don't come in with that because all we have to do is walk from the car into the building, and then by noon it's going to be in the 70s anyway. So there's no use carrying all of that around. So after a few years, they usually kind of get the hint and change the way they act in the cold.
Lou, have you ever driven across the interstates in Wyoming in the wintertime?
Not in the wintertime, I haven't.
I worked out of the B&W office in Denver, and some people who came there wondered about why they had the big gates to close the interstates. But in the winter, when you get high wind, the snow is coming sideways. You can't tell where the road is. You can't see past the hood of your car, and you can die out there.
Yes, you can. Then somebody else is going to run the risk of dying trying to find your dumb ass.
Hunter, in Alaska, did most people have engine block heaters?
Sorry, Judy. Yeah, they have the engine block heaters, but they depends on where you're at. I was looking at doing some work into a little place called Dead Horse, and for winter time over there, they just keep the engines running all day, all night, 24/7 for months at a time. They never shut down the engine.
Is that for heavy equipment? Or does it also include private vehicles?
If private vehicles, you mean like a snowmobile, they probably have that inside of a barn or something, to where they could warm up the inside of the barn to get the snowmobile started. But the fuel freezes, so they have to thaw out the fuel, and they have to keep it above a certain temperature. Diesel will turn into a jelly.
Yeah, somewhere between -40 and -60 it does.
Yep. And they at times get down to right around -60.
Yeah.
And that's what I had to design my equipment to run, is at -60. So there's not a whole lot of batteries that work at that temperature either. Lithium thionyl chloride. They'll work at that temperature. The interesting thing is more than just the fuel that was the problem. Bearings don't work anymore because they use a lot of times they'll use two different materials between the roller and the race, and each of those materials generally have a different expansion coefficient. So they'll either get too loose or lock up is what usually is the problem. They'll lock up and won't turn. Some of the stuff we had looked at, we would have to replace the bearings with ceramic bearings.
Somebody was wondering when you say -60, if that was centigrade or Fahrenheit.
Agreed.
Yeah, -40 they cross.
Yeah, I was going to say, does it matter at that sort of low temperature?
Well, at -40 they're the same.
Yeah, -40 they cross, and then yes, it matters once you get past it.
It's still not somewhere I want to be.
The crazy thing is the safest place for the electronics was actually to put it in the water below the ice. it was a lot warmer there.
Yeah.
The problem is once it's after sitting there for a month or two, it's almost impossible to recover. But I had to come up with a way of recovering it within a efficient amount of time that could be flown out with a helicopter. So that was an interesting project. I enjoyed that a lot, to engineer for something I wasn't used to.
Yeah, I had to design some liquid cooled transformers that had to operate in those sorts of temperatures. And the mineral oil will freeze.
Yeah, it definitely presents some unique design challenges for sure. I mean, just generating power. The things I was designing was, we had a autonomous underwater vehicle, basically a self-driving submarine that would survey the seafloor, and they wanted to survey under the ice. So I had to design reference stations that had transducers that went through the ice, but could get GPS position so that we could transmit a underwater GPS system, so the submarine would know where it was at to a high degree of accuracy. And one of the hardest things was keeping these units. The sub would be working in certain areas, so they'll be dormant for weeks, maybe a month or more at a time, before they become part of the grid, and they had to become active, and to be able to power them up at that point after being dormant. And that was interesting. We had looked at a lot of ways of powering these things, including like fuel cells, where the only output is water. Well, if you have an output of water, how do you get rid of the water? It's not a minor thing just to get rid of wastewater anymore.
Not on a submarine.
Nope, but on the reference stations up above the ice, though, it is. Because any drain line you put, even if it's pumped, is going to end up freezing over.
Right.
Getting brittle and cracking.
He traced the hell out of it.
Well, we ended up going a whole nother route. Since it was going to be during the winter time, there was going to be enough sun. So we were going with wind. And I contacted some guys down in Antarctica and that were using wind power, and found out what modifications they did. They did the Teflon coated on all the surfaces. They changed out to ceramic bearings. They did all kinds of stuff to it to modify it. They had to rewire the things to actually use wire that had insulation on the wire that had less contraction, because they were having problems with the insulation would contract, split, and then leave bare wire exposed. So they had to rewire all of their wind turbines. Just a bunch of interesting things like that I'm not used to, being from South Louisiana. And it made for an interesting design challenge. And the cool thing is they had other companies bidding on it, and we came up with some pretty unique designs because of our background was different than everybody else's, and they liked our designs on the thing. Just because we approached it different and in a unique way that seemed like it would work.
Yeah, sometimes experience goes against you.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
Once in
we've
a
always
while,
done it this way.
yeah, exactly. Once in a while, it's kind of handy not to know any better.
Yeah. Yeah. We didn't know that we couldn't do that.
Exactly.
Did it anyway. Hold my beer. Unfortunately, that was right before the BP explosion, and that kind of shut down everything. So it was never fulfilled.
BP out there in the Gulf, deep water.
I'm sorry?
Which BP explosion?
Oh, yeah, the one in the Gulf, the Deepwater Horizon.
Yeah.
We actually had guys that were on the rigs on either side of it, and a couple of guys on one of the responding boats. Luckily, we didn't have anybody on that rig at that time.
It was a mess.
It was definitely a mess, and it was a mess for a long time after that.
I tried to stay away from oil and gas the best I could. Too much shit goes kaboom around those places. Power plants are bad enough.
And recovery boilers.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Don't get me started on that.
I gotta say, given the inherent dangers in the work in the oil and gas, with a lot of the support, even with the support work, it's very few things have gone terribly wrong. I mean, there's almost always something, but given the volume and the amount of inherent risk in this stuff, it's pretty impressive how well it's. It's usually whenever there's somebody that does. No, it's not just one. It takes a half dozen people to do something really stupid for stuff to go really bad wrong. One person doesn't make it go bad wrong like that.
Wonder how long a refinery would last if it was being managed and operated by flat earthers.
That would be exceedingly scary because gas has no weight, no pressure, just some silly physics.
I think you could I think we could probably disprove your theory that it takes more than one stupid person. I can think of a few of those guys that could easily demolish an entire plant.
Makes a new meaning to gas goes down and goes boom boom.
Yeah, really.
It does, and it will. I think it would still take a few of them. One of them wouldn't be able to turn on the on switch to get this thing started. I mean, it goes all the way down to finding the oil or gas to begin with. All the way to how do you drive the ship out to location for offshore?
That's pretty remarkable how they find that stuff, you know. When you use seismology or anything like that, they just drive around randomly poking holes in the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally random. If you poke enough holes, you'll eventually find it, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I was trying to explain the gravimetric surveys that I've actually been involved in, and they can't get past the fact that it's called a gravimetric survey.
Yeah, gravity drives them crazy.
It does.
God, they hate gravity.
But everything is electromagnetic,
Yeah.
or magnetic, and it's magnetic forces. So, well, you know, there's a company out of California called Geometrics. They make a really cool thing. It's called a magnetometer. In fact, theirs are cesium magnetometers, and they're exceedingly accurate, and we use them to map the Earth's magnetic field.
Yes, we do.
And they just ignore it and move on to another subject. But, I mean, magnetic fields are easy to map, easy to measure, and they're not mysterious.
Well, there are those of the flat Earth community who don't accept magnets exist either, which is always fun. They can't exist. Sorry, magnetism can't exist because there's nothing going between the magnet and the object. Otherwise, we'd be able to see it.
They accept magnetism, but they believe that you can have monopole magnets. That's the.
Oh.
Yeah, where's those lines of flux coming from, or coming from and going to?
Yeah, they just don't go anywhere, or what? I mean. Hell, I mapped the magnetic field in my shop with an app on my cell phone. Jesus Christ. It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah. There's a really neat video of a guy in, I believe, Norway, very close to the Arctic Circle, showing how vertical everything gets when you get far enough north. This is really fun.
Yeah, that's why you got to have a compass that's balanced for the right region.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why World War II magnetic torpedoes were so much fun in the Arctic convoys.
Yeah, I can imagine that being awkward.
That's also why they developed non-magnetic compasses.
Oh, I had fun with that when I was discussing with one particular individual. They were absolutely insistent that gyro compasses are magnetic.
Oh, really? I have one in my garage.
Well, the motor parts of it.
Yeah, okay. The
Yeah, there
motor,
you go.
yeah.
The spinny bits are magnetic.
Yeah,
Well, you could turn off the power to the motor.
you can. Absolutely. It'll continue to work for a little while.
Yep.
It was just terrible.
Well, I've had discussions with Sleeping Warrior about that, and I think he's under the impression that you have to set the heading before you leave port on a gyro compass.
Oh, absolutely.
And he said, but that would make them useless. I said, well, I agree. That would definitely make them useless. That's why you don't have to do that. You could leave port and turn on the gyro at any point. It's still going to point to north.
Is it?
Because it does not require you to set. In fact, I even mentioned that there's no way to set a heading on any of the gyro compasses. There's no way to set heading. Now you can set speed and latitude, but there's no place for you to set heading on it.
Okay.
Or at least none of the ones I've fooled with quite a few models and makes from different companies, and none of the ones that I've fooled with you could actually set a heading.
Well, the problem starts with the fact that they simply do not understand how a gyroscope works. Period.
Right. Which is fine. I mean, that's a reasonable position to come from, but trying to actually learn would be good.
Yeah.
It's also trying to fit it to their narrative of what they want it to be. That the Earth does not rotate. They have to come up with something that fits that.
Yep. I mean, in all honesty, what keeps me coming back to these discussions is that it is fun to question how we arrived at all of these various things historically, scientifically. Blue, I haven't thanked you personally for the Cavendish experiment. I never really saw all of the details of it before, and it was absolutely fascinating, quite remarkable. And so, thank you. This was really illuminating, and that's the fun of this whole thing. The process of learning, and people who refuse to learn it just blows. That's what blows my mind about the whole thing.
Well, I thought it was always been interesting to me. It still amazes me that I could take what basically amounted to a pile of firewood and some fishing weights and measure the gravitational constant.
Yeah.
It's astounding.
You were standing on the shoulders of giants, no doubt.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I already knew the answer, and it's hard as hell to get it to work. Even when you know what the answer is supposed to be. Imagine what Cavendish was doing. Jesus.
Well, it helps that your furniture making skills were just impeccable. So that was also a joy to watch.
Well, I knew I could handle the woodwork part of it.
Yeah.
Been doing that for a long, long time.
All right.
And I've seen an awful lot of old antique stuff, the way it was done, and it's really I did exactly what, if we could find old Henry's original device, I bet it didn't look a lot different than what I did.
I'm quite sure that is what impressed me the most is, what exactly did this man do, step by step? What was the sweat and tears involved and everything? It's worth compiling everything down into a half-hour documentary for science classes and so on. From the construction all the way through.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fascinated by science history, so that's just my thing, I suppose. Maybe nobody else would be that interested, but I loved it, so thank you again.
My thanks go out to all the people, like Judy here in the chat, that were so generous and helping out with the cost of that thing, because it was costly, really. Do it to the level that we were trying to do it to.
Right.
And now to go to to get one more decimal place of accuracy out of it, you better come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Goodness. And some real high quality fishing lanes.
Damn straight. Yeah. The next set of weights are going to have to be made out of canifordium or unobtainium or something.
Oh. Well, you showed us just what an English gentleman could do, so that's something to aspire to.
I wanted more than anything, because I spent a good bit of my, well, not a good bit, but quite a bit of my professional career working in research and development, and I know how R&D projects go, and I know how those sorts of test programs actually have to be done.
Yeah.
I thought it would probably be interesting for people to see that whole process from one end to the other. So many of these guys, especially the flat earthers, think you just get up one Saturday morning and say, "Oh shit, I think I'll build a Cavendish after lunch." No, you won't.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you won't. You're going to spend a couple of months doing engineering.
Yeah.
You're going to spend quite a few more months building the damn thing.
Yeah, precision is a bastard. It just does not come easy. It has to be built in from conception, design, everything. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, the tricky part about Cavendish is most of the time you do something like that. What I experienced in my professional career was, you get into some kind of testing program. Well, the one thing you don't really have to worry about is the test equipment itself. I mean, all the accelerometers or oscilloscopes or voltmeters, whatever it is you need, that stuff's already built, and you know exactly what it does and how it does it. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
This was the test equipment. There is no book that comes with it that says, okay, when it doesn't work, tweak this and turn that. Nope. You got to figure that out, discover all that by yourself. That's the tricky part.
Lou, I am totally serious that this needs to be a half-hour, maybe an hour-long documentary discussing exactly this philosophical point for everybody who lives in this era where, as you said, the voltmeters are all voltmeters.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know exactly what you mean. I was in research for, oh good Lord, 16 years. And I absolutely, I was able to do some amazing things with polymers. I was in plastics research. but only because I had some amazing equipment that
Right.
3M somehow approved the budget for. and yeah,
Exactly.
not having that, oof.
Yeah, exactly. When the very thing you're building is the piece of test equipment that you're, oh my God.
Yep.
You think about how many things can go wrong. All these little systematic errors that you end up building into it because you don't have a choice. Sorry, I just cannot figure out a way to build a torsion balance where the balance arm itself has no mass.
Right.
No matter what you do, that damn thing's got mass.
Right.
So you can take the approach of, well, I'll just ignore that, but you're not going to get the right answer. You can't just ignore it.
Yeah, it has to be minimized and known, right? Of the error you're introducing.
Well, it's affecting the measurement in several ways. Number one, it's affecting the period of oscillation because it does have mass.
Right.
Come on. As we all know, all measurements have to be taken to zero margin of error. They have to be absolutely precise.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Okay, slight side tangent rant, but this is one of my problems with Microsoft Excel. You know, a lot of people get used to building spreadsheets of all kinds of complicated things, and I've certainly done that. But, you know, every number has units, every number has margin of error, every number, there are certain characteristics of numbers that go beyond being simply numbers that need to be assigned to them at all places. And just imagine a spreadsheet system that kept all of that into account. So it didn't just give you a number at the bottom of your spreadsheet. It also gave you that margin of error, and it gave you those units, and it gave you that precision that, you know, you could read the significant figures. And so your spreadsheet would actually tell you, yeah, you didn't prove nothing.
If your spreadsheet had a built-in error bar,
Be interesting, right? Just small example. One of my favorite jokes is that 2 plus 2 equals 5 for large values of 2. And this is something that I actually ran into. When I was doing some infrared measurements, I had to do them fairly quick and sloppy. And the thing I was looking for came in two forms. There were two chiral forms, a left and a right hand, and they had to be added together, the two peaks. And I don't remember the exact numbers, but for the sake of argument, they came out something like 2.3 and 2.4. Well, given how quick and dirty I had to do this, did this mean that I had to add together 2 with no significant figures plus 2, no significant figures to get 4? Or should I add together 2.3 and 2.4 to get 4.7 and then get my lack of significant figures and call it 5? This is a very real problem sometimes.
Wouldn't be the first time I've run into that.
Yeah.
Lou, I liked what you put up and then took down.
I didn't see put stuff. Mhm. Park schedules. It is such a bummer, period. As long as you're free tomorrow and we can have a good Christmas.
Hi, Bjorn.
Oh, Judy. Quiet in here today.
Couldn't hear you.
Oh, can't you hear me?
Well, your your volume is low.
Let me see if I can change that.
So have you had your Christmas dinner?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Wrong microphone was on.
Have
Yes,
you had your Christmas dinner?
yes, I've had my Christmas dinner. We have opened the presents, and everything is joy.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
And for, I guess, yes, it is indeed Christmas already in the Far East. So, wait.
Oh, we celebrate on the 24th in Scandinavia.
Okay.
So not the 25th.
Oh, is the actual Christmas. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fascinating. I didn't know that. There's so many different traditions around the world. I happen to live in a neighborhood that has a very high Filipino and Mexican population, and they both have the tradition of fairly loud fireworks and kind of noise making just before midnight Christmas Eve. Welcome Jesus with a big bang. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Let's see.
With the increase in population, they just had to get the Scandinavian countries to celebrate Christmas a little early. Otherwise, Santa Claus couldn't pass everywhere in the same night anymore.
But that's true, Hunter. He's Norwegian, so he comes here first. That's true.
Yeah, you're just so special.
Oh, your kids get all the good stuff first. Got it. All right.
Yeah, we get the good stuff, and then my youngest son Hunter got his first telescope today.
Ooh.
Hi, everybody. How ya doing?
What kind did he get?
The plastic one.
Is my audio working?
Yeah.
Hello.
There's several plastic ones that are actually still pretty good.
Yeah. No, we can't hear you, 420. We can't hear you at all. You're not
I
here.
can
We
fix
didn't
that.
hear your
I can fix
question.
that so you can't hear me.
No.
Easy enough.
We didn't hear your question. We cannot specifically answer it.
What was that red button again? I can make it so you can't hear me. So what are you doing? Trouble.
Yeah, people are just being people.
Hello. Hi. How you doing?
So it was a refractor or a reflector?
Give me 2 seconds. I'll go and get it.
All right.
Refractor. No mirrors in this thing. It's a refractor.
I do believe this is some sort of toy. It's he's very interested in it, and we thought if he was going to spend time with this, we can buy him a proper one later on. Yeah, it doesn't say anything. I looked through it, and you can see stuff in it, so it works.
Well, I've gotten a pretty good, decent image of the Horsehead Nebula and the Flame Nebula with a $30 telescope. So
yeah. I think it's enough to check if there's any interest, and then we'll upgrade from there.
what a lot of people do is they'll start off with a medium decent pair of binoculars and start off like that.
Well,
that way, if they lose interest in the astronomy portion, they can actually still have a decent set of binoculars.
He actually got a set of binoculars today. It's a pretty decent one, so that was 2 of the things that he wanted: a telescope and a set of binoculars. So either he's a little bit creepy at the age of 7 and want to look at the neighbor, or he actually has a decent interest. I don't know.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah, you never know.
Cool.
It's fun when your kids want stuff like that and not, a PlayStation. That's good.
Yeah, that's awesome. I enjoyed doing that with my kids and then grandkids later. My grandson wanted to decorate his room up with all the planets and everything. That was pretty cool. And at about that time, I just started photographing the planets and the nebula, and also We put some of my pictures up in his room too, along with the little plastic balls and stuff like that.
I did not enjoy it so much today because it's 5 Fahrenheit outside. So it wasn't very enjoyable. But it's dark. Good conditions.
Dark is good.
Yeah, very dark. It's nighttime. So other than the presents, what's going on here? Anything interesting?
No, just had some little chats. Blue was in here.
No.
He was.
Yeah. Well, I'm in home quarantine except when I'm going to work, so I mean, might be around a lot if I'm not working. There's some Omicron in my workplace. So I hope there's going to be some good streams that I can listen to.
And the work that you do can't be done from home.
No, it can't. Trudy, that's true. That is very true.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
We hear you.
No conversation? That's boring. I should find someone with it talking.
Well, if you come up with a fun seasonal topic, I'm sure we can discuss it.
I think everybody's taking a little bit of a break to digest their dinners there, Glass.
And it's only 2:40 p.m.
Not in the UK, it's not.
Well, fix your clocks.
Mine is round. It works perfectly.
No, it's set wrong if it's not set for 2:40 p.m.
But it's port o'clock.
Huh?
But it's port o'clock here.
Well, that needs a little bit of definition to know what that word means.
Late enough to be drinking port.
Whatever that is. Not everyone knows what port is.
That's what you drink at this time of day.
Well, I'm sorry.
Give a definition
I
of the word
assumed you were
port.
I assumed you were civilized.
Fine,
Give me a
leave
second.
leave it ambiguous then. It's like me asking you to do anything about the shift register on the power supply. Not everyone knows the answers. So all you do is wait and somebody will describe it.
Well, I suspect that more people know about port than know about shift regulators on power supplies. Port is kind of like a rather high alcohol. It's similar to brandy with a little less alcohol in it. It's a wine.
Goes well with cheese.
Yeah, it's a dark
wine.
It's a
Okay.
dark red wine.
Well, there. That's all you had to do is say it was a wine. Brand name. Not everyone knows every brand name.
Well, no, port is a type of wine.
Oh.
It's a high alcohol wine.
Oh. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that then. Me, I'm sipping around on some moonshine.
Which is a high alcohol form of rubbing alcohol, right?
Well, it actually is moonshine. It's not rubbing alcohol. But its hot alcohol content is actually higher, yes. You know, you're getting quite clear when you are pure when you're testing it with a meter to see what the alcohol content is.
Proper way to check the alcohol content of something is to pour it onto some gunpowder and then set fire to the gunpowder.
No, it's when the impedance is high enough, you know it's pretty much pure.
So how is your son doing?
Which one of us you talking to? Because a lot of us have those.
Yes, but who I was talking to would know.
Well, apparently that person must not be in the room then that you're talking to. Mine's doing great.
Good.
He understands the earth is round in all directions.
On the balls, you have to go into settings and select the key that you want to use for press to talk.
Ah, there we go. I think I've sorted it. Thank you.
You did it much faster than it took me to figure it out.
Yeah, well, I got a bit of guidance, I suppose. Also needed to mute my YouTube.
So what are you doing for this Christmas Day?
Just spending it with parents by the looks of it. Low key.
Same here. I'm here by myself in my flat.
I'm just playing a bit of Minecraft.
I may also resemble that remark.
I'm gonna push the boat out soon and have a drop of Bailey's. Yeah, there was a bit of talk of going out somewhere and seeing some friends, but the weather's absolutely atrocious at the moment, so nobody's nobody's out.
I haven't been outside today. We've been having quite heavy snowfall.
White Christmas.
Yes, it is, and that's good.
It's fine if you don't have to go out and do anything, I suppose.
Yeah, nothing planned today.
No snow, but sleet on Boxing Day. That's the northeast equivalent.
I think I'd rather have snow than sleet.
Yeah, like where I live, it's like a big sort of geographical valley, so we're usually quite sheltered from the worst of the snow. Did oh, never mind.
Well, guys, how's the evening going for y'all? On the ball, did you get your push to talk fixed up?
Hello. I'm finally in a little bit of Christmas spirit.
Is that whiskey or brandy?
It's Sam Smith's Pure Brewed Organic Lager.
That sounds like a deal.
Got some Baileys to follow it up with.
Put some Cointreau in with the Baileys.
Oh, I've had that. It's absolutely amazing. Like a chocolate orange, isn't it?
Yeah, it's called a jelly top.
Jelly tot? I've never heard that before.
Oh, I need to change my push to talk button because it's making everything scroll up and I can't see who's talking.
It's just me at the moment. Everybody else seems to be away. You can't blame them. It's Christmas Eve.
Well, we're not that far away. We're just kind of quiet.
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
We should call you Doc.
Bob's fine.
Okay, Bob. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you guys too. Just happen to enjoy a little butter shot, and that's a very nice way to spend a snowy Christmas Eve.
I've no idea what one of those is.
Butterscotch schnapps.
That sounds fantastic.
It actually
Yeah, that
is.
sounds up my street.
You pour a finger or two of that and just enjoy yourself. It's just a very nice taste.
One of my friends from Holland has just sent me a clip that she's recorded of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, and she's playing the guitar, and it brought a little tear to the corner of my eye. It was so beautiful.
There you go. My daughter and my mom ought to be here any minute, so we're looking forward to seeing them. Don't get to see them too often. My son's going to be coming to dinner tonight on Skype while he waits for his little test to come in. But at least he's going to spend a little time with the family.
Well, I can't now go and see my daughter over the next few days because they just discovered that someone was in the house who had COVID.
Well, that's the deal with my son. I'm pretty sure he's got it. We're waiting on the test results right now. He's got all the symptoms.
One of my friends gave me an awful tale. So his girlfriend's brother, this is all a bit tenuous. Her brother had a flatmate in Manchester tested positive, and then he's got on the train back home, and now he's tested positive himself. So he's trashed everyone else's Christmas Day plans because he was too selfish to just stay in where he was.
Unfortunately, those stories are all too common,
Well,
including
he could have got
politicians.
vaccinated as well. You know,
he's actually double vaccinated, and he'd already had COVID previously as well. So he's just been really unlucky. But he should have just stayed where he was. I don't get why he's decided, oh, I have to have a jaunt back to the parents' house to give everyone else COVID. It's just silly.
I don't think silly is the right word.
Yeah, I was being polite. This is on YouTube after all.
well, I have to say it probably wasn't his best decision.
Well,
I don't think the extended members in his family will be too impressed because they were all supposed to be going round for dinner. So now they've all had to make other plans, and they've got quite a large family.
Yeah. You know, there needs to be some sort of a penalty for people that don't vaccinate, you know? Because they're only concerned about themselves, so I think that there ought to be some price that they have to pay for that.
I think it should be like a $5 a week or something, you know, £5 a week, just for the inconvenience of it.
I think there's quite a lot of people in the States, at least, that are not getting vaccinated almost for political reasons.
Well, that's the silliest reason you could ever have to not get a vaccination.
I've had 3 shots now, and if they offer me a 4th, I'm taking it straight away.
Yeah, I'm booked in for my 3rd.
Yeah, there's certainly a bit of that going on with a couple of the people I've been talking to. The not getting shots because it's a political issue to them now.
And look what happened to Mr. Sensible.
What happened to Mr. Sensible?
So he actually put a post out about it. Somebody was in the office, sitting there shivering, with symptoms and all the rest of it, and should not even have gone into work, really, knowing the situation. And that person tested positive, and he was sitting dead opposite Mr. Sensible.
Such a stupid thing to do. Can you not just work at home? I know that's not a possibility for everyone, but you know, you think, right, I feel like I've possibly got COVID here. I might just stay at home and have a test and see what's going on.
Oh yeah, he was in the office with full-blown symptoms, so it was absolutely crazy.
It's bad enough when I've had people do that at work with just a common cold or stomach upset.
I hate when people I'm on a sort of setup when we are in the office where there'll be someone sat opposite you, like on the other side, like facing you, and they'll cough and sneeze and do everything and not cover their mouth or not, blow their nose and wash their hands or anything like that. It's like, come on, there's other people around, don't be so self-centered.
So,
yeah, I got to the stage of throwing bottles of hand sanitizer at people at one job.
Just hose them down.
I've got an opinion that we should, in future, when there are influenza, when influenza is going around, we should just everyone mask up. Just do it and see what happens.
Well, don't certain countries do that anyway? Like it's sort of part of the culture is to
China
wear a
and
mask
Japan
if you've got some
Singapore.
sort.
Yeah, I can't see why we can't do it in the West. It's just not that much of an inconvenience, is it?
Certainly, if you've got the slightest bit of symptoms, you should be doing it.
Do you have an opinion on that, Bob?
Oh, I agree. We've seen what happens with cold and flu. Due to COVID, we've had a significant drop in our flu seasons.
Well, doing some of PJ's research for him, I found that it looks like we might have killed one of the influenza B strains by accident by masking up.
There you go.
What a pity.
Like I've got a friend and he goes, "Oh no, I don't. It'll never end. They won't stop giving us vaccinations." And I'm like, "So what? Just get a jab in your arm. It's not a big bother."
We're not allowed to say jab here.
Oh, aren't we? All right. Sorry. I thought that was just common parlance for Britain anyway.
Can we say shot, Bob, in here? Is that okay?
Temporary agony to a small portion of your deltoid region. That we can refer to it as that.
Oh, I didn't even feel the needle go in when they did my right arm.
Yeah. Well, then why would you call it a jab? You weren't jabbed.
Okay. I was vaccinated.
You were vaccinated. No, I mean, I don't mind that so much. This is an informal thing, but when you're doing a formal debate with a professional, use the right term.
Yep. I actually walked into the doctor's office, and he looked at the sheet and he said, you haven't had your flu jab. I said, is this going to be one of those stereo events? He said, yep, both arms.
It's not at my sort of GP's office where I'm getting my third dose.
Yeah, my third one's a pharmacy on the other side of the city centre.
Yeah, mine's at a little pharmacy on the other side of town.
Yeah, it's accessible. It's just not convenient, but it's the best out of the ones they were offering me.
They were doing it at the football ground here.
Yeah. Well, my first two shots were at the big sports stadium. Well, I say big. The sports stadium we've got in the city.
They've even set up vaccination centres in supermarkets.
There's a massive uptake for it. All these people that say they're anti-vax, they probably had a vaccine.
Well, I can't believe that our resident idiot on Toon's channel is now going to the extent of going, well, look how ridiculous all this vaccination stuff is. You're getting Big Bird's the expert telling you to get your shots.
Good old Big Bird. Weren't they calling him a communist or something, like in the right-wing politics?
Amongst other things.
Listen, if Cookie Monster told me to get a vaccination, I'd get one from.
Oh, I don't see anything unusual in something like Sesame Street giving out health advice like this.
Yeah, but listen, I draw the line if it's coming from the Count.
One, two,
I'll have to push to laugh there at that one.
Where are all the American participants?
Probably in a turkey coma. It's 4 o'clock over. It's sort of 4 or 5 o'clock over there.
Do they have turkey for Christmas as well? I thought that was like a Thanksgiving thing.
I presume it varies by state.
I don't think I've ever had anything but turkey on Christmas, actually.
I've had roast ham. As a bit of a change. And one unfortunate year, I ended up having a nut roast instead of a roast meat dinner.
Well, I've never had a nut roast, but they don't seem terribly appetizing.
The downsides of dating a very strict vegan that year.
Yeah, guilt all over it. Sneaking out for burgers.
Oh, no. It wasn't too bad. It's just because we were having dinner together. Yeah. It was easier to just do the one meal. It made for some fun and hilarity going out for meals, though. Trying to find somewhere that did adequate, guaranteed vegan stuff.
What is in a nut roast anyway? Like, what kind of nuts is it?
I think it was hazelnuts and walnuts were the base of it.
Okay.
Maybe some chestnuts, of course.
Does that lead to lower cases of anaphylaxis.
Well, I presume if you're allergic to nuts, you don't have a nut roast.
Well, the thing is, peanuts aren't nuts, are they?
No, they are a legume.
Oh, legume. Yeah, that one always comes out.
They are technically a bean.
That grows underground.
Yes, because that's helpful.
Always make sure that you buy your nuts from Jimmy Carter.
Does he still do the peanut business, does he?
No idea.
I didn't think Jimmy Carter was doing a lot of anything at the moment.
Yeah, he must be getting on a bit.
Oh no, he's still hanging on. He's only 97.
Oof, blimey, well played.
Yeah, he's running for president next year. Sorry, not next year. In a couple of years' time. So.
He's actually eligible to.
Hey,
he's only had one term. He's actually technically able to stand for another one.
That might be worrying to the Americans, but more so would be the fact that Boris Johnson is technically eligible as well.
Yeah, he'd have to fulfill the residency requirements for a few years first, though.
Yep.
I thought he gave up his US passport, didn't he? Or does that not matter?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, right, blimey. I don't think they'd take him, to be honest.
It would be funny, though, wouldn't it?
Well, it'd be quite a historical thing to manage.
Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson.
Which party do you think he'd run for?
Whichever one that would have him.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I don't think he's right. Sorry, I don't think he's right enough wing for either of them.
Yeah, that's kind of, he'd probably be one of those weird, like, Libertarian Party or something like that.
No, being more serious, I think he'd fit the Democrat side better.
Yeah, I reckon he'd probably he's sort of a bit, yeah, he'd be like one of the right wing of their side kind of thing.
But yeah, it's a nutter mess.
I've got one of my right wing friends calls Boris Johnson a trot.
What a Trotskyite.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
He's not right wing enough for him.
Oh, I'm hoping the shill stream isn't leaking over on my headset, by the way, because I've got that running on I've got that running in the background.
That stream's too noisy for me.
Seriously, if it's leaking, I'll get rid of it.
Who have they got on there tonight?
Most of the crew. They've got Jutmonk, was just making a lot of noise. Amy's there, Dick's there. Haven't been paying that much attention to who the others are.
I only ever have Baileys at Christmas.
Isn't that odd?
Well, I've got a bottle of mead that I'm going to be breaking out tomorrow.
I've never had mead.
Oh, it's great. The only thing is because it's quite sweet and quite rich, it's not something you want to be sat there just drinking on its own.
That's a bit like those like Krabby's alcoholic ginger beer things. They're quite sort of sweet, and you end up having a bit of a spicy mouth after a few of them.
Well, it's great if you sat there having a bit of a chat over an evening and sipping at it, and it's good with the right sort of food. But it's not a just sit there and drink and drink and drink. Firstly, it's wine strength, so you'll get absolutely blasted. Secondly, it's got a lot of sugar, so it's quick to uptake. But it's good. I enjoy it.
I was saying before, I don't think you were around. I've got a bottle of Sam Smith's pure brewed organic lager, and it's one of my favourite beers. So I make sure I've got a few of them lying around.
How nice of you. It's lager.
Yeah, I was going to say the lager thing.
No, actually, that's a little unfair.
Oh, it's lovely. This.
No, a good lager can be brilliant. I'm just not a fan of them.
Yeah, there just happen to be quite a lot of bad ones as well. So.
Yeah, and the whole thing with lager has been ruined for me by the big commercial brands that are, quite frankly, undrinkable.
Yeah, avoid them. But like Sam Smith's is dynamite. Like next time you're in one of them, get a pure brew. They're lovely.
Now, there's a couple of the German lagers that I've got on quite well with.
They have extremely strict brewing rules in Germany.
Yes. A lot
not suitable for vegans.
A lot of my favourite beers aren't actually allowed to be sold in Germany as beer because they're not just water, hops, and grain.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They are, like I say, that's super strict.
Especially not the honey beers I used to drink.
Oh yeah, that would be a bit of an issue. What do they sell it as? Like just sort of liqueur or something, possibly?
I'm not sure what it officially gets put down as. I think it gets put down as pretty much just alcoholic beverage.
And that's all we're really after in the end, isn't it?
I suppose. So just murdering the last of boiled ham from yesterday.
Nice.
Hang on, we got two Bob in here now.
Yeah, that's fine. One of them's doing the stream, one of them's Bob's talking account.
That went right over your head, Dread, but luckily On the Ball got it.
Yeah, I clocked that one. Two Bob.
Don't explain it.
I had a lot of confused people about the two Bobs thing over the past couple of days, so yeah.
One moment. Guys, I'm going to dive back to another channel. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Fine.
Take care,
like
mate.
That, splitter.
Yeah, I'm putting graft in Minecraft, like killing skeletons.
Fair. My underground mines got a little out of hand. I started following a vein of a vein of granite and diorite, and I've just kept digging and digging and digging. And there's more and more and more of it turning up as I'm digging.
You'll have some fancy floors.
Well, I'm thinking it's eventually going to go into building a big outer wall and tower complex.
That sounds decent. Sounds like effort.
It's just getting a little excessive, the hole I'm digging in the floor at the moment.
You'd probably laugh at my scene on Minecraft, like.
I'm not going to laugh at anybody's Minecraft attempts. Different people are out to do different things with it.
I've got a thing of like building just towers into the sky, like cloud level.
Yep. A couple of versions ago, on server I was on with a few friends, I was engaged in hollowing out a mountain to use as a base.
Nice.
With the goal of it not actually being possible to see that I'd done anything to the mountain.
Yeah, absolute class. Cover that.
Yeah, I mean it was an entirely friendly server, so I didn't need to do it for camouflage purposes.
There was like a brief period where there was a few of my mates that played it as well, and we got on a server, but it was like, you know, we got absolutely griefed. We were sort of, we left it down to like the guy who was sort of leading to like claim the land, but like, so they just they sort of built a bridge over the top of it and just dropped loads of dynamite in. So there was no like hill where we built our base when we came back to it.
I did horrendously grief one of my friends on that server by replacing all of his floors with soil blocks and then planting bamboo about 20 blocks deep around his base of operations.
Oh, that's excellent. I'm on a realm, so I might do that to my friend. But he's never on, so I'm just kind of on it on my own.
I also made sure to leave a chest with all his flooring in it so he could put it back afterwards. Because I'm not an asshole.
I was thinking about like put all his diamond stuff in a chest and then like put several blocks of obsidian around it so he can't mine it out, not very quickly anyway.
No. You put all his diamonds and stuff into a chest, and you bury it under his floor, and leave him a series of maps, with notes and signs saying where to go for the next bit of map piece that eventually lead him back to his own base.
Nice, yeah.
And
Send him
the
around
chest,
the houses.
The chest under his bed or something.
Well, he's got a very minimal setup. Like it's basically just like a hole in a mountain. That's it. He's got a few chests in there, and that's it.
Even better though, because that means he's unlikely to have got floors where it'd be easy for him to spot the chest. In that case.
True.
Not like most of my things, which end up with the floors built out of, at the moment, cobble half slabs, because that's what I had.
I've been using nether fort bricks for the floor in my house.
Cool. I've not
quite rare.
I've not yet actually managed to get to the stage of building a portal on mine. Like I say, I've got a little caught up in cleaning out all this granite.
Yeah, sounds like a serious effort getting that granite sorted. Like, I also have. Sorry.
Yeah, if I'd been thinking, I'd have ignored it and just kept digging down in the spiral I was doing. But it made the wall look ugly, so I had to get rid of it.
I like a spiral staircase.
Yeah, I've found that 9x9 rooms are good because if you use half slab stairs, a quarter turn is a convenient sized floor.
Nice.
Because it gives you 3 blocks of height, and then if you're using half slabs, an extra half block. So you can light it up without walking through torches.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That.
I've also been building auto smelters on most of my floors that are next to anywhere that I've got a lot of ore.
I've only just looked up how to sort of automatically smelt stuff, or have a furnace going at all time.
Yeah.
So it's just so much more convenient. If you're building anything out of glass, it's just you just put it all in there and off it goes. You just dig up the desert and then you've got a million glass.
Yeah, throw all the sand in the top. Throw all the trees in the side hopper, and you're off.
Yeah, it's nice. This spawn that we've got on the realm is there's a stronghold right next to the start, and there's a skeleton spawner right there as well. So we managed to find it all quite quickly as well.
Yeah, I've also broken into a fairly large cavern that was on the edge of this mine, and I can barely move for slimes.
They used to be so rare. Now they're absolutely prevalent. It used to be cause for a celebration if you found a slime rolling around.
Well, I might need to take a little bit of the lighting out of that cave because I might have just turned off the slime spawning.
Ah, yeah, true.
But it'll be useful when I get some redstone, because then I can stick it piston.
The Nether update's crazy. It's intense.
Yeah. My problem at the moment, I've got far too much copper. I've literally got nothing useful to do with it now.
The only thing you can really make out of it is the lightning rods. So if you've got a wooden house, it won't get torched, and that seems to be the only use for it, really.
Yeah. Well, once I can get myself set up with a honey farm, I might look at doing some I might look at doing some building in copper.
I've got so much honey going on this game.
Yeah, I've just not got around to setting up hives at a convenient place yet. But seriously, I've got almost a chest of copper at the moment. A double chest,
that's
sorry.
loads.
And I'm going, what do I do with this? I might build a house out of it because I might as well.
Yeah, why not? Recreate the Statue of Liberty.
I'm not quite that insane.
Yeah, I bet that was quite a sight when it was first sort of put up. All the just copper, bright copper.
Yeah, the bright shining pinkish copper. I bet it was amazing.
There's one in Paris as well, isn't there? But it's a much smaller version.
Yes, if I remember correctly, Paris basically has the prototype.
Bet that's worth a fair bob. Well, it's their freedom from us.
Wow.
It's fair play. Fair play.
The Statue of Liberty's weird. Nice piece of work, but the number of bits they had to ship it over in.
I'm trying to think. We don't really have any big statues of people in Britain, do we? Can't think of any.
Of course not. We've got taste. But there is the Angel of the North, which we don't talk about.
Well, I like the Angel of the North, mate. I don't know. It's quite impressive. I do kind of like it. Yeah, I'm a fan. I am Northern as well, from around those parts. So.
Oh yeah, it's more just it. It's very much a thing of its time. The style it's in.
Oh yeah, it's Gormley as hell, like. They've been digging.
Then again, I'm in a city that won awards for brutalist architecture.
Yeah, there's plenty of that around Britain, like.
Yeah. 1970s brutalist architecture. Because somebody didn't know when to stop using concrete.
They just must have had loads lying about. I hate the waste from the skeleton spawners. You just end up with chests full of crap.
What do they get you? They get you bones,
Bows,
and arrows.
And like armor as well.
Well, the armor's not too bad because failing absolutely anything else, you can smelt it or put it through a grindstone for XP.
Yeah, true.
The bones you can render down into bone meal, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's why I've got so many trees rolling around here, like all over the show.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, you can also use bone meal as white dye to bleach things.
Yeah, you can.
So if your sheep's the wrong colour, you can fix it.
Well, all my sheep are yellow.
If you happen to like yellow sheep.
Yeah, well, I am on the ball yellows, so they have to be yellow. Maybe some green ones in there as well.
Oh.
It's football related.
That football team, yes. No,
yeah,
that's
for my sins.
That's fair. Once I get around, if I get around to doing it, I'm probably going to want a mixture of black, white, and I think it was purple sheep. Not for football colours, but for some banner stuff I want to do. And carpets.
Yeah, decent. Yeah, I've been making flags and stuff. That's what the wall's for.
But so far, I haven't actually got around to setting up a sheep farm.
No, I've been letting mine just run wild. I don't know. I think it because the skeleton spawner's quite near to where my other farming bits are. I think, like, I don't know. I'm not very technical or knowing of this, but like I think sometimes the skeleton spawn maybe interferes with the animals, the other mobs, passive mobs.
I can't remember whether passive and hostile mobs are on separate spawn counts at the moment, but it was a problem at one point where if you'd got a farm, you could kill your spawn rates off for your for your spawners and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening with this. I could definitely do with making my skeleton spawner more efficient as well, but I can't be asked.
I would say this also led to trolling one person on a server by filling his basement with chickens.
Nice, nice.
I mean, his response was basically just to flood the thing, drown them all, and then cook them all. So that's the thing.
Plenty of food to go around then.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a bit of chicken?
Well, fair. Have you done much with the improved world height stuff and the new mountains?
Oh, what? Not really. I'm sort of more focused on my little home area at the moment. I'm sort of waiting until my mate actually comes on to like going out and exploring and that. But yeah, it's not. He's not been on very often.
While he's not bothering to come on, you should go and off the Ender Dragon while he's not looking.
Oh, you wouldn't be happy with that. Bailey's is dynamite. I can't sing its praises enough. So, like, what is eggnog then? What the hell is that gear?
I've never made it.
I've never looked it up. Is it anything like Advocar? Because I wouldn't drink that either.
So let's have a look. Milk, cream, sugar, whipped egg yolks, egg whites, and assorted distilled spirits.
Fair enough. Is it like hot? Is it meant to be hot or is it cold?
You can serve it hot or chilled.
Interesting. So it could just be non-alcoholic, I suppose, as well, couldn't it?
Yeah. You just need to make sure you've got very, very fresh eggs when you're making it.
I wouldn't want to have a go at trying to make it. I could see many things going wrong in the process.
I mean, if you use enough alcohol and you store it for a bit, it'll kill off any bugs that are in there.
Now, here's the question, though. What alcohol would you put in that?
Brandy and rum.
Yeah, solid choices. Maybe go for like a Lafroig or something. Just totally overpower it.
Could do. There's a recipe that I've seen that uses Jack Daniels. It'd be a waste to use a good whiskey like the Frog, but yeah.
My mum's like nicked a bottle of mine to put in a jam before. But that would surely just be like sort of spreading a bonfire on your toast on a morning.
Don't know. I've never really thought of cooking with spirits.
I made cakes with Jim Beam once, like just sponge cakes, mixed it into the batter, and it was really nice.
Okay, here we go. A quart of cream, a quart of milk, a dozen tablespoons of sugar, 1 pint of brandy, half a pint of rye whiskey, half a pint of Jamaica rum, and a quarter pint of sherry. Mix the liquor first, then separate the yolks and whites of egg, add sugar to the beaten yolks, mix well, add milk and cream, slowly beating, then beat the whites of the eggs until stiff and fold into the mixture. Nice. I think that might be an excessive quantity of eggnog.
It sounds like booze session, that.
Well, that's going to make about 5 pints of mixture, that is.
Just like you have to down a pint on entry.
Well, I'm presuming they were making it in quantity.
If it tasted nice, like you'd just rip right through it.
Yeah.
But I've never had it. It's an American thing.
Historically, it's quite an English thing as well.
I've never ever seen anyone serve it.
Well, it originated over here, and we exported it to the colonies.
Oh, right, and it just stayed on over there.
Yeah.
It's a bit like every sport, isn't it? We export it everywhere else, and then they get better at it than us and keep on to it.
This is where the whole thing about Britain doesn't have any good culinary heritage. We do. It's just everywhere else has taken it on because we exported it. Yeah.
I know, yeah, that's a weird stereotype, that, because I've had some amazing food in Britain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the ones I'm quite fond of, as stupid as it sounds, is dripping sandwiches.
Never had one of them.
Basically, the fat and stuff that comes off when you roast a joint, it's that on bread.
Yeah, nice. Oh yeah, I know what dripping is, yeah, but
Yeah.
I've never had that as a sarnie. Bread and dripping.
Yeah, I'm lucky because a couple of the shops near me do it because they do roast beef or roast pork sandwiches, and they actually cook the joints up themselves.
Yeah, there's butchers like that in town.
Yeah, and
where I'm from.
Because I'm in what was an industrial town, we've still got a lot of people who are used to the steel mill approach to stuff. I'm in a city that's quite famous for its steel. If you
I think
understand my meaning.
I think I've kind of guessed where you're from a little bit. Like when I've heard you chatting before, yeah, I've kind of figured, yeah, I think I know where this guy's from.
Quite famous for its steel.
Yeah, if you've got an item of cutlery, it might have the name of this place on it.
Indeed. We exported a lot of them. But yeah, it's just a weird side effect that we've got places that still do some very unusual sandwiches. And we've got a few places that do proper small beer as well, the sort that they used to serve to the steel workers to keep them hydrated.
When you couldn't drink the water.
Yeah. Plus,
is it the Don in?
Yes.
In the D?
Don, the Sheaf. We haven't got the D. That's somewhere else.
Oh right, yeah. Isn't it like you share that with Rome? There's like the Don River in Rome as well, or something.
Well,
like
we're also on Seven Hills.
Yeah, that's it.
But the other reason why beer was popular in the steel mills was because it's got the sugar and salt content as well. If you're sweating a lot in a hot environment, it replaces all the electrolytes as well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And you couldn't trust the water in a lot of places.
Well, yeah, you don't want your workers all dying of like dysentery or whatever. When they're all working up close as well, that gear spreads.
Yeah.
Have you taken on an underwater temple yet?
No. I tend to stick pretty much to land stuff. I've never actually finished the game. I've never actually done the Ender Dragon.
No, I've never finished a game. Like I just get caught up in like building stuff, and it's like, oh well, all right. There's actually a game to play.
Well, there's so much that you can build now. I just wish we had some of the doors and trapdoors and stuff we could do in copper. Because it'd be nice to have the option.
Yeah, or some way of like plating it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't actually mind with whether they had copper doors hypothetically acting like wooden doors or like iron doors when it comes to redstone. I don't care which. I just want to be able to have a bit of variety on my front door.
Mine are just basic steel.
Mm-hmm. Well, they are quite secure.
They'll surely figure out like how to make paint or something at some point. Surely. That'd be a great addition.
Maybe. Mostly if you're wanting coloured walls, you're supposed to go down the concrete route, I think.
Yeah, true.
Or the terracotta route, but I've never tried that. I think mostly because I've not settled for a long game in a terracotta area. And concrete's a pain to get made.
I do like using a bit of coloured concrete.
Yeah. Oh, it's getting a lot of it isn't exactly convenient.
The old torches under the gravel. That's the way to get that.
Yes.
That's the best bug in Minecraft.
Well, it's not exactly a bug. But yeah, breaking things on torches. I've cleared a fair bit of gravel out that way in this mine I've got at the moment.
Yeah, like I don't even know how I ended up playing it. I think just I used to see like YouTube videos, and it's like Minecraft. That looks a bit weird. And then you're just seeing people in like fields of grass building stuff.
Yeah. Well, I had a conversation with one guy who, they're playing it because their 6 or 7 year old kids got into it. But they couldn't work out how to do good looking roofs.
Stairs
and half blocks, yeah. They hadn't thought about it. And apparently it opened up a whole world of possibilities for them.
Yeah, it is nice when you figure out, oh, actually, I can make something that looks like half decent here. I'd love to show it to my niece because she'd absolutely love it because she loves Lego and stuff like that.
Yep. Well, in which case, yeah, there's a lot you can do, especially if you put it onto
Hardcore.
Put a couple of the settings right. I was
Just
thinking,
get straight in there on hardcore.
Oh no! I was
See
thinking
how the first night goes.
I was thinking, be nice, put it on. You get to keep your equipment when you die. Mobs can't grief. That helps because that way
Yeah.
everything doesn't get blown up by creepers.
Very true. I think maybe I'm just being a cruel uncle there.
Or just give them just give a creative mode.
Yeah,
If
I
you
think
just
that's what would suit her. She's still quite young.
yeah. But it's an option.
She'd probably end up beating the Ender Dragon before me.
The other option would be to learn a little bit of how to set up command blocks and put a command block in the area that she's going to be working from that despawns creepers instantly.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But it'd probably be like I'd probably be playing it on the PlayStation. That's the thing.
That's fair.
I'm on the console version.
Yeah. You might still be able to do command blocks. I can't remember how the console works on PlayStation.
Yeah, figure it out. But yeah, I reckon she'd love it.
Yeah, in theory, on creative, you can go into the chat, use the commands to give yourself a command block, and then program it. I just
Yeah,
can't
you
remember
can
how
sort
to
of
do it.
type into. You can type stuff into the chat, can't you? So you'd probably work through that.
Yeah, I can't remember how to set anything like that up though. Because I've never needed to.
Yeah, I seem to be building up a bit of copper actually now.
It's It's a thing. At least you can make blocks of beans out of it. If you put 9 copper ore in a crafting table, at least you get something vaguely useful to store it with.
Yeah, I might make. Sorry, I might make a copper door frame.
Well, you can do most of the options because you can do half slabs, you can do stairs, so you can do most of the framing with copper, no problems. It's just you still then have to put a wooden door or an iron door in it, and that's boring.
Waxed block of copper. This will be the first time I've ever made one of these.
Well, if you need to get the wax off, you can use an axe. Ouch. Right. Well, I think I'm going to switch most of my attention over to the shills because there's an interesting discussion there, and Ranty's just come in.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I might hop off anyway, man. Take care.
No
Merry
problem.
Christmas.
Yeah, enjoy yourself.
You too, bud.
Hey.
you.